moment, please. I said. Sorry. Not open to that. Thank you.
What's up, Sonny?
Anyway, okay, let's do the thing, and then the other thing, and we'll go from there. Okay. There's not a lot of room along the bottom to. Okay, over there. I'm doing. Okay, please. I wanted to. I didn't want you. Yeah, I didn't want. I just wanted to focus on a general routine and not try and mix the two or get you, thinking or whatever. Okay, I appreciate. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, that's what this part is about. Thank you. Sorry. And I'm trying to figure out how I can see potato and any other vegetable. And of course, if you're very noisy out there, I can't let an ounce of fresh air in if I decide it. It's
actually very peaceful.
I'll just ask on the one that I want, and hopefully there'll be someone there at some point, and they'll say, and then they'll let me know if I'm not seeing something, and then we'll go from there, and that's the best we can do. So yeah, um. All right. I'll be right there. Oh no, screw it. I did it. But it's true, isn't it? Am I just that punctual a person? I guess I am. So here I am, right on time. And here you are, also right on time. So right on, right on. Now, the dog is asking for a treat. I mean, okay. And it looks like he left. If that's wrong, I don't know what to say. You need to stop being, as lovely as you are. Like, I mean, seriously. Okay. I mean, this is okay. It's just, it's too well. And that is quite smoky. Okay. But I know the other day Mark surprised me and kind of came online at a time that I really wouldn't have expected him, or that I normally don't see him. So maybe he'll do that again. And if not, we'll talk with him later, and then we'll go from there. Anyway, I'm here for whoever would like to chat now, though. I've been rolling for only 7 minutes, so let's get this ball rolling. This ball rolling with the live stream. I definitely have lots of thoughts in my head. Sorry, just trying to get comfy in this chair. I do, but I also value and want to hear, what's going on for you, in your life, and you can see the highlighted comment that I put there, and that's kind of where what we're gonna focus on is those things. Um, and the thing is that as much as I kind of wanted to do my plans early today and be out and enjoy the weather, which I'm sure I will a little bit, it's kind of like I'm kind of readjusting that a little bit myself. And well, first of all, the place isn't open yet. Second of all, it's it's kind of weird from inside where it's we've got the walls of the house or whatever, and other stuff. Um, it's like I can tell it's nice out, but like I guess it's also the particular window I'm looking out right now. It's kind of like I can see the blue sky, but the it's true that the sun has not made it to that side of the house yet where it's like shining really strongly inside. And that's what I like. I guess that's how I would put it. Is I like the softer lighting, the softer. And I don't know what that big ball of light is. I don't normally notice that. I don't know what was causing that, but anyway, um, you know, like a mix of sun and cloud kind of day outside, or you know, low lighting inside when we can. Unfortunately, and a lot of us would prefer that, but unfortunately, a lot of places, like I was at a business the other day, and they actually had more natural light coming in than I thought they did because I don't go there very often, and both in the rooms that they do the um, especially in one of the room or in yeah, then in the waiting room, um it's kind of like I felt there was too much light. I mean, in the waiting room I was comfortable, but um it was kind of like I noticed that it felt kind of unnecessary to have that much lights on. uh but you go into a business and the lights aren't off. I mean, you could empathetically worry, oh, maybe they're struggling to keep the lights on. you know is there a donation uh cup or something, right? But um and I do think that the world should be striving for more energy efficiency, just to kind of say that. But I want to put my feet up, and I do kind of feel like I don't, even though it's a fair sized book, I kind of don't really want to do that on the book. This is softer. And you finished? All right, did you? Okay, we're not getting something else, and I don't look like I'm going out right now, so just enjoy. Just go lay down and be good, please. Thank you. See if that works. But yeah, it's kind of like it shouldn't necessarily be seen as a negative thing to just allow. I mean, and it's interesting. There's an agency I started to go to last year, and they have not in all their rooms, but in one of the main meeting rooms, for like groups or whatever. Um, and I guess if you get in there before they've turned them on, or I don't know, it's just like I guess certain people seem more prone to, um, I guess, wanting to adjust them or whatever. Because I know that there's been times the majority of the people when they ask about um, when they ask about adjusting, the majority of the people would say, and I don't think that it's just that they're just trying to kind of go with what everybody else wants. Um, you know, this is a very common thing, especially when you're under stress or you're tired. Uh, um, and it gives a more relaxed vibe, and I think a lot of us are more used to that in our homes too. I mean, hopefully we have a relaxed home environment for the most part. It's not, home is a place where we should feel comfortable and relaxed, and not just when we're sleeping, and you know so I'm very thankful for that. But the cup's harder than the beverage, but the beverage is a little bit sweeter. The coffee is a little bit, it's not a full cup, because as you can see it was quite a big cup, and it's not it's and I finished off the pot from the other day and added to what was there. Um, so it's about almost half a cup, but and I think I did add sugar. So really, I should make more and add to it. It's not a matter of it doesn't taste fresh. It's a matter of yeah, I made it too sugary. Um, but I tried to chapstick if you're here, chapstick if you're not. I tried to eat a little bit, and I've been up for at this point almost 2 hours already, almost, which is wild. It doesn't almost doesn't feel like that, but it is. I haven't been live rolling that long, but I've been awake that long, and and I really need to tell myself that most days I have the time. Even if I do have some plans, I still have quite a bit of time to you know do things I want to online and to you know process thoughts or whatever. And I'm fairly good at associating that when in bed, to be in a relaxed mode and trying to sleep. You know, um, People, it could be for other things too, but it really isn't, and that's all we need to say about that at the moment. I mean, or at the moment, it really isn't, and that's all we need to say about it. And we don't need to get too personal. Um, this is what happens when you're not scripted. But let's just look past it. And somebody just tuned in, just a few minutes into rolling here. I welcome you here. Um, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. So basically, but certain people will look at that and say, it's dark or dingy when it really isn't. But but yeah, I do like those being able to adjust them, and of course, everybody's got different preferences. But I think somewhere in the middle is usually a good happy medium. Um, and they are more energy efficient, I would imagine. I wish we had them in our house, to be honest. I don't know if they call them solely pot lights or just whatever dim, whatever it's called. Anyway, but yeah. But anyway, so but we don't. So and I don't see us installing any anytime soon. So, but anyway, I'm comfortable in here. That's what I'm really trying to say here. But to go out there, even if I'm not directly in the sun, at the moment, it's maybe sometimes I'm more sensitive to it than other times. That's also worth mentioning. But at the moment, it's kind of like, mm, and I don't think it's just because I'm still waking up. I do want to be productive today. I think both of the things, there's a pretty good window that I could do it in. So I guess we'll see. You know, Amazingly, I don't get restless super easy. Not as easy as I would think I do. Some people, well, even people that are kind of, not used to a super busy, hectic life might, well, then they'd be maybe more used to getting restless. It's interesting to think that, isn't it? Those that are used to being restless are restless. Those who aren't would get restless easy, probably. Unless they were, looking at their phones and devices, you know. And whether that's a topic, I mean, it's kind of interesting that it came up. So I kind of feel like maybe it is. What do we want to say on the topic? I don't know. Um, I think one thing that can help with restlessness, even if you don't go out and do anything, is to walk around at home. But that being said, that can be something that you might naturally do, right? That might be like pacing, and that does not necessarily always feel great. And as someone who's very smart, I mean, I can also say, you know, it feels like that kind of connects with the thought I had a little earlier, and there was somebody very briefly, but okay, put that back, or somebody's here. Anyway, point of the matter being is, I think that a quick message, not only for, sorry, I'm just needing to adjust my seat here a little bit. I got lumpy pillows, sliding cushions, a sweater, and you know what? Okay, that person, yeah. retention seems to be a bit of a thing at the moment. We're not getting any of the regulars yet. The Augsburg may not be helping that much. Um, and um, yeah, not getting a whole lot of freebies at the moment. But anyway, let me just, but when I have a train of thought, I could. That being said, the radio is on so lightly that you probably couldn't even really hear it that strongly. And I kind of want the dog to go lay down. Hey, you're lovely and everything, but not always. Certainly not always. But it seems like maybe if you know, when he knows that I don't know, like if I got something on my lap or he realizes he can't be picked up and you know, held as easily, um, it's kind of like I just don't want as much distracting things. It's kind of like, but at the same time, I don't mind that. Marianne, Rivka, Wanda, and one other, I think I'm forgetting. But really, it represents all of them. Um, Anywho, but he has a tendency to kind of, isn't that what I usually do? Yeah, so, to kind of back up a little bit when reached for sometimes. But total. Oh, and I still forgot. Although it looks like you have some in there from the other day, so you can enjoy that food. You just had your fairly large sweet potato treat and scarf that down. So a lot of it's for it, but you could stand to lose a bit of weight, so that when we pick him up, he's not so heavy on our arthritic wrists. We need them for music playing and typing and stuff, right? Too. So yes, you're cute, you're lovely. Now please go lay down. But now, what was I talking about? Oh, right. So before this is too much into it, it would be lovely to be saying this while there's somebody here. But the truth of the matter is that even if people don't always comment or comments don't always show up sometimes, um, after the fact, during the live chat, yes, but after, people are still seeing them. I'm pretty sure that that's the case with most of the videos. So, just and that's also the case on any channel. I would say too. That people are gonna see videos whether they're live streamed or uploaded. Um, More so, I'm talking about live streams, I guess, even after they've been live streamed. And so I got to remember that. And that's why sometimes I will, as I work, especially at the beginning, to really keep the momentum going. And then if I have slower spots, I mean, if I have to address a distraction, away from my device, then I will. But you know, um, I try to keep the momentum going because I realize that there could be uh, there could be you know um, like say folks that see this afterwards, and I want to be speaking to them too. You know, um, but I also feel like they can you know I do and I don't like the chat. At one point in time, I knew how to do it. I'm not even sure I still know how to. Um, and it's slightly an art in a way. But basically, people could move things along and see the wonderful chat happening and see the topics. That's for sure. But then, like, there is a really important one that I want to say, and I don't want it to be kind of skipped over, unintentionally even. So, although there's nobody watching right now, and when I spoke this out myself earlier, it it made a lot of sense. I wish I had myself one over here too. And the dog is just well, it's just still kind of warm. I'd like it warmer, but next time I get up, I'll probably just put it in the fridge until lunch. To be quite honest. And at that time, maybe I'll grab my phone. But I have a on YouTube. I really can't follow this there. Like maybe these are so we can help with that. But yeah, basically, so there is something I really, and there's two of you here, and to anyone who sees this afterwards as well, it's still kind of early on, and I think you can sense that I'm trying to get to a specific thought that I have, you know, kind of thought of, prior to rolling, and it's very important. And you know what? It's not only important for people that no sense of curiosity. I mean, there was two people that got here for like a few seconds. I mean, some people will stay for hours. Those are my people. Some people think they can tell pretty quickly, or they judge, or I mean, it's true. You can come on to your any whatever um, device you watch on, and you can come there, and when you click onto the site, you know, like a lot of other sites, you're going to see a whole bunch of things that might be interesting. And I get that. And I get that. And it's kind of like you can feel like you're pulled in many directions, kind of like in life sometimes, right? Or, other aspects of life. But I feel like this is an important thing to say. We got two people here again. So I appreciate you being here. I hope you're having a lovely day. Um, that this particular thought is not only important for people that work in mental health services, especially on the phones, but also for people that call them. Okay, because and I mean I haven't in a while. I have a couple times recently, but otherwise, yeah, it's been quite a while, and I can't believe I've never thought of this before. As someone who thinks a lot and that, but basically, okay, so like some of these lines they operate on like and sometimes it depends who you reach, and some people are more flexible, which is a good quality. I feel like, yeah, that it does mean that other people are waiting, but what I think is most important, if you're going to follow a stupid workplace rule where a call can only be a certain length and you realize you've gotten to that spot, it's not it's weird. Some of them will say, okay, well, we have to wrap up soon. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? It's like, but yet a moment ago you just told me that there's not time to do so. So, I mean, they make themselves kind of sound kind of stupid, to be quite honest. And I remember the last time that occurred, I said, well, I guess I don't really have time to introduce another topic. So, anyway, point of the matter being, and that's almost in a way of doing this other suggestion, which I think makes more sense, to ask, whether to ask if you're the worker, or to um, ask to, or to bring it up if you're the caller. Basically, something to the effect of, okay, we have to wrap up soon. Are you in a better headspace now? Do you feel this helped? Some places will do that just because it's kind of like their hmm, their almost like a mini survey, or like they're just but I think it's a really good spot, because you know what, sometimes the answer may be not yet. And I don't think that we should let that person off the phone if that's the case. You know, I mean, you know, someone's journey is going to do what it's going to do, but and they have the ability to make. All of us have the ability to make choices. This sort of fits in, although I made a little note on my other device, and it's over there. I have to get past the dog and stuff. I mean, the thing, what would happen is he'd get up and not be in the relaxed state he's in, and then he might try and get a treat out of me, or just be. Anyway, point of the matter being is, like this morning, kind of fits with this topic, maybe kind of doesn't. This morning, I was trying to decide, and it is still morning. I was trying to decide, would I rather watch something, which I did a little bit, would I rather keep watching something, or would I rather do a live stream? And it's kind of like I told myself, no, I'd rather be the host. I'd rather be in communication with folks, because it's kind of like the phrase I used when I thought of this is, then I can have the reins. But I try and make it as equal and mutual as possible. If the two people that are here right now are keeping up with what I'm saying, but also commenting, I've got to apologize. I do not see your comments, but I'm hoping that somebody else will come in whose comments I do see, and they can let me know if there's anything I don't see. And especially if they're someone who's here often, I think they're a bit more likely to do that. But any genuinely helpful person, hopefully, would. I don't want you to feel excluded. Um, but basically, yeah, it's kind of like I might have to reference that my other device. The things I remember is listing two or three things that I feel like all of us um, need, and it kind of connects with that previous thought before mentioning, about the chat and the comments. Uh, at the moment, I can't exactly remember how it connected, but we all want acceptance. We all want to be heard, and we all want to feel as certain about things as we can. And a lot of times, the first two are not necessarily that hard to achieve, but the certainty part, it's the harder one, right? Or at least it often feels like it. Um, so, I think we just got to do our best to be as I readjust my legs with my laptop on it and wobble you about. I think we just got to do our best to be a stable person, not only for ourselves, but for those around us and that we're interacting with. Um, and um, when you feel, that, then you can feel a bit more confident and certain. I think so. I'm trying to figure out, like, it seems to be shining on the wood here, right? That light, or is it just a bit? I don't know what it is, but there is a lot of light coming into that room. I mean, the sun is there right now, but anyway. And the daughter. Just kidding. But anyway, so yeah. Um, like for me personally, I mean, I guess I have greater degrees about certainty about some things than other things. Uh, but the really, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I should go back to the previous topic. Um, yeah, but why I suggested the walking around even if it's just at home. What's better? What I would add to that is actually do a task while you're doing it. Don't just be walking around with your thoughts. Now, your thoughts might still happen. The two of you do a task literally, and oh no. Anyway, one's here. Uh, anyway, your thoughts will probably still occur because the humans are pretty good at thinking. Even if they struggle with it sometimes, they're pretty good um, at you know um, the brain's always on something, right? On or onto, right? I actually kind of feel like there could be a bit of a difference. Somebody get here, stay here, enjoy this brilliance, and contribute with it. Thank you for the third like. Um, you know, uh, if you're on to something, your thoughts are progressing in a helpful way, right? If it's on something, it may just be thinking. Some people would call it possibly overthinking. I have a hard time with that phrase. Oh, it's really great to see you here. We almost worded it the exact same way, and I didn't even fully process how you worded it. It's weird. It's like it was one of those rare occasions where it's kind of like I processed the name before I fully processed the name. But anyway, really glad to have you here, Chris. Hopefully, you can stay a little longer than the past couple times. I'm not too sure what's going on in your life, but I hope everything's okay. I know the other day you said you're fine. I don't want to focus too much on it, but again, if you want to talk, if you need to talk about stuff, I know that you discovered this channel when you were kind of going through some heavy stuff, and it hasn't been that long ago, even if it may feel sort of like it. So yeah, you know, I think the best kind of thoughts to have though are as much as possible anyway, kind, gentle thoughts for ourselves and others, and then also thoughts that are productive, and if you realize that you're making progress, if you realize that your thoughts are helpful, if you realize that you know you haven't got to a spot where you can't do anything further with a certain thought, which usually means that that's when you don't have, something may not be in your control or not yet, then that's what actually I would say that you're trying too hard to think through something, and you maybe need not to. You know what I mean? Uh, but as far as wandering around the house, um, and I guess I'm thinking more about people who either live alone or are alone at home a lot. Um, I mean, it's great to live with others. It can be stressful too, right? Um, and if you don't live with others now, you have at some point, probably for sure, childhood, right? But it's different at different points in life too, right? But yeah, do a task, and whether your mind is really focused on that task or is also thinking, you're getting a task done. You know, um, 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 and it doesn't even have to even really necessarily be a chore, or things that you may even forget are chores. Like Chris, I believe you're kind of into plants, and I'm sure you with that, have, just by habit, are watering your plants often. I should do it, but apparently different plants take different amounts of water, and G knows what he's doing. you know, but and of course, Chris, you do your best to keep up. If you're ever feeling like I'm really rambling and you can't keep up, I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you listening, and send little thoughts through as they come, and that will help you be part of the conversation. Yeah. So the cup's cooled off. I'm gonna wait to have more, probably with my lunch. I don't really feel like I need to eat more at the moment, but yeah. But like watering plants, like I say, um, um, hope maybe you have a pet that you can associate with, or this is where going for walks, even if you don't think you have the energy, or you have other reasons why you maybe don't want to. If you don't have a pet, going for walks and maybe connecting with somebody else who does, of course, you know asking, see, the thing is about people's pets, like dogs, most people, I do believe they give an honest answer. Hello, Anch. How are you? Most people, um, their dogs are usually okay with them. Like if we're thinking dogs for a moment, but sometimes they're not great with other dogs or other people. They're not, maybe they live in a really quiet home, with one person or whatever, and then that person, maybe has mostly online connections or goes to things and doesn't have people visiting very often, and the dog is not very socialized, or the dog is young, or the dog is old and set in ways, and maybe a little, I got two canaries. I do remember that you have the dog. My mother, although those were whippets, I don't know what the difference is, but uh, they fostered them a little bit. But how are you, Anch? Canaries, have you had those for very long? I had budgies growing up. I almost got a parrot. I'm kind of okay that I didn't. They're more about making, but what is kind of very, very, very neat when you think about them is not just how long they live, but how smart they are, how they can learn human language. I mean, I'm sure I've thought this before. Any of us who have thought of parrots probably have, but it's really something when you think about it, eh? Because other animals can pick up on cues from humans, and feelings and this and that, but there's not too many animals that speak the same language. Obviously not to the same level and extent, but some of them have a very large vocabulary. Um, and honestly, I don't think they work on just echoing what somebody says. I think sometimes, but that was one of the reasons why we didn't get one. To be honest, I was thinking there's probably going to be many times I just want to say, You know what I mean? Um, Stop repeating what I'm saying, even if it is brilliant. You know what I mean? Uh, but now I'm kind of thinking I might want to have one. And if it's annoying, I just put it upstairs, like what I do with our dogs sometimes. You know what I mean? Okay, I want a parrot. Somebody get me one now. Blame Chris for mentioning birds. But honestly, and I think most apartments would probably allow them. Honestly, if you're someone who's dealing with loneliness and isolation, and sometimes you don't necessarily want to be hanging out online, any pet is helpful. But I think, yeah, although those are pretty noisy birds, they are. A lot of birds are, but those are especially. And some buildings, unfortunately, might worry that neighbors would complain that they're hearing your parrot talk at all hours, and it's annoying them, right? But I don't live in an apartment. I mean, I don't really think we can have the added expense right now, and even more than our dog, I feel like there's a bit more likelihood, and there is a room that could work, that I'd want it upstairs away from me more often than not. I could be wrong. I've never owned one, but they are, like I say, very interesting birds. Very, very. You know what I should do is I should just go watch parrot videos, but then they're not saying the lovely things that I've taught it to say. That's the other thing, is sometimes they might pick up on, you know, things you wouldn't want it to say, and then embarrass you. I don't know. It's very interesting, but I have had budgies. But there's something about having your own. Like, for instance, parrot. Not that this is all about parrots, and I'm sort of surprised I'm talking about it, but I'm random, so here we are. Um, anyway, the thing about and I'm waking up very quickly, apparently. Aunts, are you there? How are you? Either of you, are there any comments that I'm not seeing other than so far three from Chris and one from us? Um, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to continue to see your comments because I usually do, but sometimes the platform is wonky. Anyway, point of the matter being is that there's something about having your own parrot as opposed to ones online where you can teach it the songs you'd like to teach it. Because that's the other thing, they can sing. Like, I've noticed this before. Obviously, parrots is not a new concept for me. Um, you know, but I don't think I've ever truly stopped and thought, I know that people say they live a long time, and I thought that's interesting. Like they live to be like what, 30 or 40 or maybe older. Um, but it's kind of like, yeah, and they're obviously amusing when they're talking or singing. But to just think about, you know, that is really something. Hello, Kirsty. How are you? I want to read that out loud, but I kind of don't. But I've never heard you say that phrase before, and I love it. Don't get yourself into a pickle. Uh, but which reminds me, I'm thinking I'm gonna make that salad today because the mango's getting very soft, um, and squishy, and I don't think it's gonna fully change color. And I want to try this salad, whether I'm gonna like it or not. And if I don't, I hope I can freeze cucumbers and melons. I hope I can, because I'll keep it in a salad. People are making things with their friends at this event. I'll keep it in the thing, and at the moment we don't have a lot of. Well, we do have the additional freezer. Anyway, back to parrots, which I keep hearing Paris, so I need to change the subject soon. The subject, because I can't think of Paris and not think of my sibling, and that's mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. Um, because I have so much to get ready for work tomorrow. You're off today. That's nice. You're a tutor, so I mean, the students bring their assignments to you, I thought, mostly, but okay. Um, or it's some other sort of work. But I will try to keep up with the chat. I appreciate it. I don't know if Christopher's device conked out or died, or if it's being accurate at the top or not, or something came up. I don't want to talk about people's personal details without them being here, and that's something that we should all try and remember. But the truth is that he does have a neighbor who's been through some really hard stuff, and I don't know if she lives alone or not. And he also was talking about his dog, and we were talking about pets. Usually, he'd say if he had to go and if he was going to go walk the dog and then come back. Sometimes, though, I find that him and other dog owners, over I think used to be one, will say when they've gotten back, I was just out walking the dog. Anyway, so it might just be you and me, Kirsty, at the moment. I mean, Aunt's just got here. He usually stays and chats longer. I don't believe he has a dog. Aunts, what is your excuse if you're not here? Kind of thing. Um, Phones die. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. When did he I think it's 11 at night. Maybe he fell asleep. And has a habit as soon as he knows that he's close, but then he wouldn't have came in. And his parents should be bugging him. He's 19, 18, 19. His parents should be bugging him at this time of night. Unless they're like, you're watching a video, turn up the video, go to sleep. Could be. And I'm not trying to be rude with my making accents. Anyway, so, but Kirsty, I believe you live alone, right? Although, um, I know you have your grandkids sometimes, I think, if I recall. But anyway, point of the matter being is that, yeah, parrots are neat. So, yeah, and I think I want one, maybe. I don't know what they eat other than nuts and maybe plant type products. I mean, some animals they do. They have a similar diet in some ways to people. Bugs, maybe? I'm not sure. Uh, I had somebody watching last night that had a very unique pet, an ocelot. Uh, and I forget what the other thing was, but and I'd heard of both. Anyway, point of the matter being is that we really can't afford to have one. And I think that they're one of those pets that may be fun and interesting for a little while, and then I don't know, maybe not. I am thinking that I need to focus on hydration a bit more at the moment, and whether that means I need to make more coffee or just have water, I don't know. It's still relatively dusty. We haven't had a lot of rain yet as we're coming into spring. Um, I mean, I could, do something that would help with that and still go out. And I actually thought I'd rather go out for tomorrow with the mix of sun and cloud, and I'd rather just get there and back and give my new bike a try today. So, I mean, it does get me there quicker. It's not far. I'm probably going to want some variety in my day. So, I haven't been rolling super long yet, and I'll roll a bit longer. So, one of my may have been my Guinness record long one not that long ago, and it had a few likes, but not anything for that long time. But I didn't have some of the followers I have now too, so it wasn't that long ago. But yeah, so it would be nice to say okay, I've done that item, and and to kind of vary it up a little bit. So I probably will. Not too sure when, but I probably will. Not when it's the busiest out in the area, when people are coming home from work or school or whatever. But anyway, so I'll do that, and then yeah, I think I kind of swapped. Uh, yeah, I think I'll do that. Anyway, okay, so I think I got it figured out, kind of, sort of. So, um, in the meantime, what would we like to talk about? Um, um, but at the same time, I will say that if you find yourself thinking, whether you're doing other tasks or just walking back and forth, then maybe you're meant to. And If you can manage to do that in your own company, great. Otherwise, I do hope that you have family, friends, uh, uh, or at least a good mental health system to reach out to. Two left, or one left. There was two here. Um, but honestly and truly, not saying that I'm better than any of those, but I really appreciate helping others. And I know that I got a lot of good sage advice, good words of wisdom from my lived experience and my background. And even though I still sometimes struggle myself because I'm human, and I know yeah, and I don't know. A lot of mental health systems are not as great as they could be. Okay, who do we still got watching? At the moment, it says nobody's watching, and surprisingly, even though it's just getting on to 9 o'clock, I mean, I'm not hugely morning person, but I had planned to kind of, and it feels like it's going at a decent pace, but I'd planned to kind of pace it a little slower than this. But if there's nobody here, then I'm going to pause for a moment. Although, if I'm having thoughts, it's kind of hard to just hold them. But at least there is a little bit of background noise. But there's somebody here, so uh, I want to. There's two of you here, whether that you've been here already yet, or other times, or now you've never. Welcome, glad to have you here. Chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. He's like he's rubbing his lips weird. I've never been here. What's up with that? Um, I'm rubbing my lips weird. You've never been here. That's what's up with that. Anyway, sorry. No. Anyway, but so my heart hurts to think about all the people who are struggling in silence or alone. It really does. Whether they admit that they're struggling or not, or whatever. Um, and this topic that's came up today. About how some people feel like they're stuck in their environment and all they're doing is pacing and ruminating, and um, it's really kind of sad. You know, um, I've been there. I still have moments, but that's where I really appreciate live streaming because then it can be a conversation, and like I was saying, thinking earlier, it'd be nice if I could just have like a little. Not that I don't want to not welcome new people into it, but just have a nice tight knit group at like and and it be the same every week. Not the same, but like the same people. But you know, there's somewhat a preference online, and I've done those in my life. And like I say, I have a series of workshops coming up soon, so I'll be doing that again, and another event once a month. So yeah, it's basically what I'm saying is things are going to start getting more into balance for me again. I feel, and I've needed that for a while, so I'm looking forward to it. Um, it's so easy for any of us to kind of get out of balance, you know. But if we have streamers that we follow frequently or channels, and or we are one or both, it's always nice when it's a little bit of both. I think then that helps. That helps. And some people may struggle to understand it if they've not really experienced it very much. Some of these things that I'm talking about, but yeah, it's it's sometimes you can feel like you're not making progress with your thoughts when you're not necessarily hearing the things you want to hear from yourself or in general, such as the one I've been talking about a little bit lately, wanting to start a business, realizing that at this point in my life, that's not very likely. you know. Um, I need to hear Kim's voice. I need to hear Julie. I need to hear my other angels. I need to hear my other followers. I need to hear myself remind myself. We need to hear ourselves remind ourselves as well. I did mean to say it both ways. That be thankful for what we can do and do have, whether we'd like it to be more, not because we're ungrateful, not because we're greedy, but because genuinely our heart feels like it would be good for us and others if it was more. Um, we have to accept that it sometimes isn't, you know. I'll be right back. I think I just saw a new comment come in. I'm not sure. I think from Kirsty, but I just want to put this in the fridge. I sort of want to have it. I sort of want to heat up. That requires adding on to it and or having something to eat with it. And I don't know if I want that. Like part of me is telling myself I don't need a lot of energy for my plans today. Even if I go for a bike ride to do an errand. I was gonna keep this near. You know what? I am gonna I don't need I'm talking to the screen, of course. Of course. I'm the only one home right now. Oh, you got lots of food from the other day. What happened? Well, anyway, it's one of those days where I feel like I don't need a lot of energy. I don't need a lot of energy. That's just a decor. So, just kidding. Oh, perfect for that. I'll say this, and I forgot my damn water. Sorry, pardon my French. When I got up, I seem to have done something with it. I know that Kirsty will look past that. Anybody else who hears it, hopefully does too. Like I'm not a bad person. I'm trying to do good here on the internet, but we have our ways that we're used to expressing ourselves. I don't really cuss often, but and I don't even know if I would say that what I said counted as such. But anyway, point of the matter being is that yeah, I don't really know if I feel like I need a lot of caffeine. It's more that my throat's not that sore, but it's a little sensitive at the moment. Dry, I think, and water might not be doing it well enough. But it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, because I don't mind if I kind of doze off. Hey, there you are. How are you? I was kind of thinking of something that kind of made me think of you, so it's nice to see you here. I think you can start a business at any age. I wouldn't say it's too late for you at all. I appreciate that. I understand that. No, in some ways, not in all, but in some ways, it says there's only one over here, but I think there's two. Sorry if you saw that. I realize that sometimes I'm covering the camera, but I'm not. There's also another little spot there. I felt like I had something stuck on my tongue. Anyway, um, didn't mean to be weird. Anyway, but because yeah, when I do this, no, that does it. So does that, even off to the side. So I have no clue. Anywho, point of the matter being is no. In some ways, I do feel like I am a late bloomer, um, or I have been lately. Um, my first example of somebody being that, and I think about it every now and then, not often. I mean, I don't. We do hear about it, and you can go looking for it, and sometimes you'll find stuff about it, and sometimes it's like more about like the ever popular manifesting or something like that. But the point of the matter, I was going to say, and I know one or probably both of you already believe this, but to others that make it this far and in general, um, it popped into my mind, so I'll say it. 9 o'clock a.m. All right, I'll say it. When I graduated high school, there was a woman. She didn't go to my school, so my graduation must have. It was a small town, so I would say if there was two grade 12 classes, I would say that probably there was. You want to go up? There's a reason you're not. Okay, sorry. I would say that there was probably. um, and I don't know if this will sound small to a lot of people. I'm curious. And there's only two of you here, but I really appreciate you, and I know you know that, and I know that you appreciate me, and I'm just so thankful to talk with you guys regularly. Like it really is a joy, is a pleasure, you know. And yeah, I'm happy to call you online friends. Anywho, point of the matter being is that there was probably, whether this matters hugely or not, she wasn't at my school. That's all I know. But I'm just thinking, if I had to guess, there may have been 100 to 150 uh, grade 12s graduates. I mean, this not being said, that's assuming that everybody stayed in high school, didn't move at some point to another place, another province or country or whatever, and that people completed. It's true, but so I don't know. And in general, if that number, just like that's how many students there would have been, if that sounds small or not. Anyway, point of the matter is, there was this lady. She must have been. I mean, I was younger then, so she may have seemed older than she was, but she certainly wasn't a teenager, unless she was an old-looking teenager. No, I would say that she probably looked to be about 40, maybe 50, and she was graduating with the rest of the people. And my friend Clark, I believe, got his grade 12, late in life. Like I already have mine. So, but it was probably the earliest example I feel like I can remember at this point of where sometimes people late in life succeed. It's just so hard when you're ready now. And again, it's not that I'm not like, you know, Dylan, you have to recognize. I think don't tell me if it wasn't, but then if you don't tell me, does that mean it was or it wasn't? But I think it was sarcasm the other night. Oh, by the way, I had a bit of a further thought this morning, I guess, about that. I don't think I've been to Martin College yet, but the latter part of one of their videos sort of resembled, but maybe it was just a coincidence, that other person that they came in. And truth be told, I didn't know their gender. Beans, the bean person, that was talking about the thing at the gym. And I honestly think the best thing is just to, you know, try and say something to the person. If not, maybe mention it to staff or just not go there again. But if that's the closest one and you feel like you have to work out at a gym to get fitness, uh, but yeah, for some reason, and it's interesting to think back about it. And I wasn't going to mention it, but there's only the two of you here right now. We're this far in, so whatever. But I wondered if maybe that person may. I almost hate to suggest it. I wish that I could mention it one on one. But let's just say I wondered if they were being genuine. I don't want to say they weren't, but they had came in earlier and said, "Hey, handsome." I said I'm fine regardless of what gender you are. Saying that, thank you. I said, but out of curiosity, what gender are you? They didn't say. I know that it may not have seemed hugely important or relevant, especially if I didn't care, or if I could take the compliment either way. But they didn't say, and for some reason that I am not sure I understand, uh, I processed it. I mean, here's one guess. I kind of have two, but here's the one I'll guess. Online, yes. In person these days, it's just again the chapter of life I'm at. And gender is not a hugely relevant thing to me, like I say, in most capacities. But I don't have a lot of bros. I don't. So maybe my unconscious or semi unconscious mind thought, maybe I feel, and people, if they see this afterwards and they're not the two that I know are listening now, please do the right thing. Don't mess with somebody. Be genuine. You know, you know, it's a whole psychology uh thing and this and that. You know, women, we don't think. I mean, these days we think less of it, but women complimenting women as opposed to men complimenting men, it's a whole thing. Um, it's a good thing, and somebody should both be able to receive a compliment, but also um, give them, and also genuine. I'm a very genuine person myself, and I was thinking about a song too. Like, she didn't know that Modern Family. She didn't know that playing there so often. She works in the community. She has forever, even if she's not from this country. You know, she's been here a long time. I almost feel like I was, kind of an introduction to her on that because I was and eventually found out who it was. It's yeah, and it makes me kind of not turning because it's kind of like, how could she not know this? In general. But anyway, so about that individual, I and again I appreciate the sisters as well, you know, but for whatever reason, I took it as their male. They could have been non-binary. Who knows? Hopefully they do. And then they should be comfortable enough to to be that proudly and openly. But anyway, so it is true. I didn't know, and I assumed. And I don't know if there was some sort of strategy to leaving and coming back with that other thing to kind of test the waters again. I you know, um, I do think that we gave our best advice and tried to help. They didn't really have a response to it or thankfulness or anything that I saw. Maybe it was a heart reaction, but I don't recall such. Maybe they were asking in the moment, and then went and dealt with it, and then went home. Or it's true. I don't know. It was just, and then the kind of paradox. Anyway, it's just a thought I had. It's just as when I thought about that conversation again, it was like, huh, hmm, you know. Anyway, but as far as I had a small business creating, and I mean, he is a small business, but he realizes that in some ways he's not necessarily, it's not like it's from the home, so it's not super public. So, so, it's a bit more loosest to kind of what you have to follow or kind of sort of, and I don't know. It's I don't know. He's had for ages, but it's kind of like we both feel like we just ourselves. It's not enough for us to make something happen. But I did. I'm really surprised. I called him Friday. The guy I'm waiting to hear back from. I've left a voicemail for him, so he can leave one for me if he's got too many clients, or too many other things going on, or is choosing not to call me. Then that's I'll put it this way: that's his business, and it's interesting to think that because it sort of affects me. But on Friday, I could very well be around him at something, and I guess we'll see from there. Part of me wants closure. Part of me wants to just avoid him if that's what's you know. And I thought he would be a bit more, for lack of a different word, mature in handling it. But anyway, point of the matter being is, I do believe, I do agree that you can do things late in life. I do, but the thing of the matter is that I feel time is of the essence. So to the best of my ability, I'm trying to work with it. I'm trying to keep making progress because I know I said something pretty deep the other day, chilling, and I'm not gonna re-say it again. I don't think, but I know you said, "Oh, well, don't be thinking like that," but it's hard. It's hard because when you're stuck for a while, or you feel like you mostly are, and you're trying to progress positively, and maybe like online it is happening, but otherwise, and it's not. There's not you don't have the balance that you're looking for. It's you know I know it's one thing I've learned very often in my life, losing loved ones, that life is fragile. You know, um, you know, um, I think they said about Kim that every day she did as much as she could, to make a day great and to do the things that she wanted to do. So even though, just like my friend Ray too, even though they had in it, but I don't want this to say never come visit me on here because I appreciate that every day or every couple of days or whatever, and I know you do too. But it's kind of like you know that way you have a quality. I would say there's quantity as well, but and quantity of life, regardless of how long you have it. And sure, that does not mean that I have to reach certain goals or open a business or anything like that. But um, it'd be nice if it did. I think maybe, and as much as I'm thankful for what I do have, I feel like it does mean more than what I'm currently living. So, like, how do I get there then, right? Um, Stationary for a while during my 30s. See, I've been in my 30s. We'll go with them. And the thing of the matter is that I guess I felt like, it's not like I partied wildly and lived the kind of life that a lot of 20-year-olds live, but I was in different classes. I was in different groups. I went to karaoke more often. I kind of did. I had a very balanced and full life. And again, I do appreciate what I do have, but I don't feel that balance. I don't feel that fullness again. And accessibility feels, even though I still have a mother, accessibility feels harder. Financially, it feels harder than it did then. I don't know how we did. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess I should continue to read my mother was still alive, but I do. I do for the most part, but I don't want to be asking for too much from her. You know what I mean? Like these errands that I want to do in the area today, the couple of them, and I woke up. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I think it slowly is getting better. Anyway, I can do them myself. I can. They're nearby. They're not that hard. I can do them. It's just deciding exactly when and which one first. Um, and I would like to spread it between 2 days, even though I don't have to. And it's nicer just to get the things done and this and that, energy wise, and because I don't have much tomorrow. You know, um, um, is tomorrow? No, today's Wednesday. Is today Wednesday? No, I think I'm confusing it for last week. Today's Tuesday. Okay, so yeah, I don't really have a whole lot going on tomorrow or Thursday, and then I have some plans. So anyway, but yeah, well now you also are. Well, maybe you're not self-employed now, but anyway, um, is it you that puts the pressure on yourself, or is it? That's a very good question, and it does make sense to look at it. I would say. Thankfully, G not so much. That's the difference of pressure or I'd like you to be doing the things you'd like to be doing. And so is happy to have me live streaming. Doesn't want to do that way. I want you to be doing the things you want to be doing. I want you to be happy and fulfilled, essentially. Um, Knowing that it's not always easy to get there. Um, um, I would say it involves others. I would like to make my mother proud. I'm not saying, and in some ways I probably do. And I think more than I used to, even though I'm basically the same person, I think that she's changed a little bit. I mean, I have too. I mean, I am the kind of person that's always trying to grow and improve. But I think for the most part, I've, you know, have the same qualities, values, morals, personality, and such and such. Um, Hers have changed for the better, as I've mentioned before. So yeah, basically, it's kind of like in different ways, as far as like success and reaching goals, not so much as far as like you know, the ways that like um, dress nice and keep up with your hygiene. Not that I don't, and the only times I like I haven't do the bath, but if I'm just hanging around at home or just very quickly going to pick something up, drop something off, like a lot of us, I might not like trim myself up that much. But anyway, basically, yeah. But they both have an understanding, and in a way, it's kind of held me back from my potential in some ways. I would say, and I wouldn't say that either of them are intending to do it or are completely doing it, but I would say, and I'm not trying to put blame on them and not me or anything like that, but I would say that they have. I'm going to say more. My mother actually kept me stuck. Kept me functioning below what I am capable of, at risk of seeing me fail, perhaps. And I'm not a parent, but I mean, it makes a lot of sense to think that a lot of parents do this. When I think about it, like, okay, well, you've been diagnosed with a learning disability, and you have this challenge and you have that challenge. So we're going to give you accommodations, but still those accommodations might not be what you need. Um, but well, that's what there is, or well, but they should be, or whatever. And it's kind of like, I don't know. And my mother has always said, "Oh, well, you have to get a group to lead, lead tours at an art gallery. Oh, well, you need a fine arts degree then." Um. Anyway, but don't mark my word. I've had my share of those and disappointments and all this and that, right? And I think you could probably realize that too. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I've taken those. And that's why I'm live streaming these days. I feel like, as I have went to mental health supports, I have taken things, and I will continue to when I need to. It is true. But I, you know, to somebody to make that point that I echoed the other day of not about me personally, but for somebody to echo that point that someone will continue to go to counseling and go to counseling because they're going to continue to have life issues. There's always going to be things happening as long as you continue existing. you know but you, and not really so, but you, are you working with what you're getting? Are you getting to the end of an appointment and kind of feeling like you trailed off on a topic, and then saying, okay, now I have to wait till next week to finish talking about it? You might feel a lot of discomfort, but you might wait until next week because you don't feel like you have the capacity to find someone else to talk to, and also within yourself. I mean, some people have more challenges. And I would also say that we don't always have all the answers. Um, but what really resonated when I heard that person say that is that, and he didn't seem to be speaking with degrees, is that, yeah, no, I, in my 20s and into my 30s, have made enough progress that I can give back. And I'm just and not to toot my own bugle, but I'm just genuinely a smart person. I'm very well rounded with my thinking most of the time. Sometimes I'm a little stubborn or stringent, but you know that's part of being human as well, right? But so I will address your comments in a moment. I know I'm getting a bit behind, but so you know I'm not opposed to going into some of those programs. Like there's one nearby where I'm going to be going today, but there's three people, two of which I know that work there. I'm kind of avoiding because one I've had as a worker before and he wasn't that great. One of them, she just has a very sing-songy voice and everything she says, blah blah blah. Sure, she's a lovely person, but that's gonna be annoying after a while, you know. Um, you know. Anyway, point of the matter being is that, and most of them are not. I'm destined to be self-employed, and I'm going to keep doing what I need to do to get to that. I feel like because mainstream does not seem to be what's comfortably accessible, what's going to hire me, what I can, yada yada, you know. But and they're good. They're there to help. Think. Hello, all four of you. I know two of you. I'm going to catch up to the comments, and if I'm missing any that are obviously not trolls, again, please tell me. I don't want to leave anybody out. But what do you call it? Man, I'm having a very verbal morning. But yeah, I've had a bit of coffee, I've had a bit of sugar. I'm passionate about these topics. Um, it's kind of like they're there to help you create, work on a resume, maybe a cover letter. I think people, I mean, there's different things people can use these days, but I think they can use their own brain and their own mind and words and come up with a cover letter pretty easily most times. But, they're there for that. Um, the really great ones will have placements. Um, Again, been there, done that. It was good at a point in my life. It hasn't got me to what I want to be living now, and either it is less accessible or I pretty strongly feel it wouldn't. But along the way, all these things have brought me to where I can at least live stream and go about it that way. I can incorporate it in my daily life on the days that I'm going out and having interactions with people. It has shaped me. So, you know, but yeah, no, I mean, I do put pressure on myself. We all put pressure on ourselves, I think. We all want to and deserve to and should want to do well in life. And if I didn't have that desire, I'd feel, aside from G and y'all and the dog and the good things about living in the world and the environment that I am in, and that I, if I didn't, but it ebbs and flows and change. If I didn't feel like I had things to live for, it's just trying to decide what those are. Okay, I got to catch up, and I'm really glad this is when it was meant to happen. You guys are here. It's great. I could have done it after Martin Kelly, but sometimes he comes, but maybe he would just be tired because it's late and he wants to visit with Kelly and he's tired from the chat and he has given us 2 hours. This that not just me, but and I it's give take. But if we're going to be doing my errand, it's opening in a few minutes, but I'm not going to get there for opening. But it's not going to be that busy, and I'm just picking up something quick. And anyone who works there, regardless if we're the one that's been dealing with our taxes and not, should be able to give it to us. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to. And it doesn't look like it's hugely windy, so that helps with the dust a little bit. There are bad drivers and that, but no, I'm really looking forward to getting on that bike, giving it a try. Hopefully, it doesn't need to be adjusted. And yeah, anyway, um, yeah, we have a lot of those places. And that's the thing about these wellness centers, too. There's lots of community centers, there's lots of mental health agencies where I live. Um, some are better than others. And sometimes it's certain people there, certain staff members are better than others. And even some of the good ones, like I was talking about um, um, one that I knew in person years ago, haven't seen much because I haven't been going there as much, and she might not even work there. And I was mentioning how she works within the LGBT community. She does. She does. She is from Afghanistan, I believe, but and to not realize, like she worked in a place that sometimes in a big world that would have people could watch TV at it as well. And I know, but again, it was also a place where there was an option to work on your difficulties or just be getting away from a stressful environment at home and come there to relax and kind of recalibrate. Um, but sometimes, they should have had what they should have had there that I don't recall, meals, and they tried to encourage people to have the meals together, be part of conversation there. But they weren't going to force anybody because most of them, if not all of them, were at least 18. And so, and human aside from that, but there was never kids there, where they have their own, they can make their own choices. Um, you know, and even if they did have the provided meals, they could have them whenever they wanted to. Essentially, if they wanted to just eat by themselves and wait till everybody else was out of the area, they could do that. Anyway, for her not to know that that was the same type of Modern Family, for her not to be just kind of so ignorant about it, but accepting of it, and she'd been working in the industry with a diverse community for ages. Lovely person, but and you can say, well, there's just not a lot of that openly in their culture, right? But and I'm not saying they're not living in their culture now, but they're living in a very diverse place, working in a diverse environment. I guess maybe it's that they know it, they accept it, but their mind just doesn't click it. Maybe sometimes. Anyway, blah blah blah. Um, I have a funny story if I forget Lex shows up, but anyway, so yeah, um, uh, and again, asking that Canada's a big country. Remember that, right? I don't know if you've been to any of it, but so some places will have it, some places not as much. I just want to make sure that I'm comfy and everything. I just want to make sure that the dog's doing good. Pretty sure he is. But at the moment, I do not see him, so that makes me wonder. Okay, are you laying under the keyboard? Continue. As long as you're not chewing on something while you're doing that. I mean, there shouldn't be anything there, but he can sometimes get things. Don't take my chair, whatever you do. It's my chair. Whoa! Anyway, don't mind me. um, Pleasure to be garnered in the simple pleasures. Oh yeah, for sure. And when other things aren't coming as easily, we have to remember that we have to uh, allow ourselves to experience that. Again, we're not necessarily going to do everything we want to do for cost reasons, for accessibility reasons, whatever. But I think the small rituals of life, watching the sunrise, a good cuppa, speaking of Lex, in the morning, etc. Oh yeah, and I mean I know that, but it really is. You know, sometimes we're so stuck in our stresses in our heads as people that even if we do appreciate those things, maybe we're not appreciating them as much as we can a lot of the time. And we don't have to appreciate them, deeply every single time. But if it's something that we really do appreciate and value, realize that, like I say, life is short and fragile, and if we want to have it in our daily routine, we do. And I know a lot of times, although how much coffee you drink, I don't know, but a lot of times, you're enjoying watching me with a cup of coffee in your hand, and sometimes I'm enjoying watching me and watching y'all with a cup of coffee. I was watching a video this morning, and I liked it, and I was like, and I'm very aware of details a lot of the times. I was like 9 minutes in before I realized she was talking like not fully sideways, but not looking right at the screen either. I don't know if she felt eye contact makes some people uncomfortable. Well, maybe they should get more comfortable with it. I remember a theater class I took ages ago, and one of the little games that we had to do was just kind of looking into somebody else's eyes. And they say eyes are the windows of the soul, right? Um, it may be a little awkward or uncomfortable, and it's weird because there is some variety, but an eye is an eye. But it can express a lot of emotion for almost every person, right? Um, and anyway, or maybe I mean, she was talking about like mental health. She seemed to work in the industry, so she should be, you know, I don't know. Maybe it didn't seem like she was following a script entirely, but maybe she wasn't, but she was keeping her eye on the spot she was on. I don't know. Anyway, but when I noticed that, it kind of turned me off. I mean, I have variety, and I guess maybe she did too. I mean, I could have watched more, but it kind of was like you're not actually looking at me when you're speaking, But again, we're going to look around. We're gonna, but it's just then I started to pay attention to it, and then it was like not changing much. So anyway, uh pleasure, yeah, which looks like pressure, but I'm going to read some of these to myself before reading them out loud. One, because even if you're saying good things, I may or may not decide to just reply to it and not read it, or slightly tweak it to make a bit more sense for me or whatever. Or, I also need to kind of just give myself a little bit of time. You don't look the most comfy though, so I need to get leaning back. But anyway, little bit of time to just kind of quietly process, as I read, and then I'll speak. Yeah, no, we learn from failure for sure. But at some point, it gets to a point where, and again, I know there are small successes and victories. And at some points, it just gets to a point where I need to win a lot more than I'm failing, or succeed a lot more. And I can't take the opposite. Um, you know, and unfortunately, I'm not going to say I don't learn from these things, but you can learn all you want from things like that. Then the actual thing is, though, does life improve or not? Because, sometimes no matter what we want from life, life has a way of doing its own thing, right? So, yeah, visiting other people's pets and stuff, yeah. Taking walks anywhere. Yeah, a lot of parents don't encourage both experiences. I mean, but failing is going to happen whether a parent is, supportive and rooting for you, or but unfortunately, like, one thing I learned from mine is that, not that she had bad parents, but I don't think she really had a lot of that. I think that it's not that they were great people, my lovely grandparents. You know, they, I think they just instilled a sense of independence in her, which really stuck. It was so awkward because I grew up around her, all my life. When my step came into the picture, he's Catholic, if that means anything to this, I don't know. He's older, that might. And he would often get my mother's door for her on the car. And every time I saw it, I thought, I think she, yeah, she's maybe a little less physically able and has some health problems, but I often thought, I think she could probably do that herself. I don't know if I ever said it out loud, because at one point, luckily, he didn't come into the picture till I already had my own place, but I was going there more often. I was around them more often, both of them, and I do remember once she said, though, I can get my own door prize, or I can get the door myself. Or like of a building. Like, I understand that he's trying to be nice, he's trying to be a gentleman, but she is an adult. Unless she has a reason she can't do it, you know, you know. And I'm very surprised, actually. I mean, none of us wants to be lonely. She was a widow and single for, I might be remembering wrong, but let's just say this: the age of 39, which is pretty darn close to what I'm at, to 50 or 55, probably. And, she was set in her way. But then again, so, gee, maybe not quite as long, but, people get set in their ways, right? And, yeah, but, nobody wants to grow old lonely. We all realize at some point we're going to need other, it's lovely to live with somebody, and I should really get this plugged in, because sometimes it dies even when it's not that close. So maybe I plug it in and talk standing for a few minutes. I should probably eat in a bit, and I also should probably decide when I'm doing my errand. But I'm having a nice time chatting, and sorry if I'm slow to get to comments, but I'm, you know feeling thoughtful. Anyway, so the point of the matter that I was trying to make is is that um, is that probably I'm not seeing them, so I'm just standing in front of them. I think so. Anyway, and this, and just for now, not easily, maybe. I don't know if people saw that, but just for now. Actually, that would be, although I find that kind of being bring my door, having the door right behind me, I don't know if I like that backdrop. But anyway, yeah, so basically, I don't know if this is too far away, certainly to see the comments, but while I'm talking, uh, I don't know if you can hear me from this far, and I feel like I'm sitting at the edge of my seat. So yeah, that don't work. Honey's in my spot, but he's there comfortably and being good. So, but now that you know the name and realize probably what I'm talking about, please respect our privacy. You know, I don't need someone coming up and saying, "Oh, well, what's your dog name?" Oh, it is you then. You know, it's a small world, but all these details, it's you. You know, so we're this far in. There's only two of you here. We try not to. We call him the dog. We honestly, try not to even have him on camera. No. Whether I'm too paranoid or not, I don't know. I think in this day and age, it's a good thing to be, or it's necessary. But anyway, point of the matter being is that yeah. So basically, I don't think that she had it modeled for her very well in her, in her younger years, and so she hasn't really known how to model it for me. But you know what? I've turned out. So I mean, you know, I think for the most part. So um and I would hope that she's done the best she can. You know what I mean? Um, good voice, honey. I know this is a little bit of a different. No, I'm saying again because I'm used to using a bit of a different recording spot, and um, I don't have back support. And I guess it's just because I'm closer to her. But anyway, dude, it's just right. It's got little posts that can hold it up. I mean, it was at like early 50s, but knowing this thing, appreciate your patience. Knowing this thing, that might not have mattered to me. So, that's my water. Anybody know where I put it? I don't know when I. Actually, yeah, because you're like, well, check. I remember that one time you said your socks. They might be on the back of the couch, or there was something else I think too. Anyway, for sure. But yeah, I'm glad that the dog's. I'm kind of now talking right in his direction. But he's being very good, and I appreciate it. Right? Okay, don't let me make that let you get up. Too late. Too late. Okay, go lay out there. Okay, we're here. Here, I'll get this ready. You want to sit next to me here. Okay. I don't know if you can hear the radio. I kind of want to have it on, but I don't want it to be too loud. Getting ready for the walk, regardless of the weather. No. Sorry. I mean, that's what G's more steadfast. I mean, I have seasonal affective disorder. My body reacts to certain weather. I have the chronic fatigue, such and such. So, no, I have to factor in the weather, unfortunately, you know. Um, and then just getting out there. But some people are more nature people, and not that I'm not, but they're more uh, willing, whatever the word is. In that situation, I would write down my thoughts and seal them in an envelope. Which situation are we talking about? I'm a bit behind. Ready to take along for the next session to read if I felt I needed to. Sure. A bubble buster. I would never have thought to call her that. Maybe. I'm not too sure I follow it, to be honest. Cool, a bike, indeed. And a spare. Winter's a good time to clean, but spring, that's good to do everything. Yeah, it still can't make up its mind there, too. I don't know what part of Canada you're in, or what part of Ontario. But yeah, it sounds like other than you're out in the country, from what I recall. But it sounds like yeah, spring hasn't fully arrived there yet. Yeah, I think we're supposed to get some snow on Thursday, so but it's not going to stick around. I mean, the last snowfall we did a few days ago did, but I'm pretty sure it's going to fall and melt really quickly. It better, and it's okay because if I do the other two things this week, then and then I have my other things. One of them I have to go out for, one of them I don't. It'll be kind of nice to take that day just to. Not that I don't have a lot of days like that, but when I'm busier, I think I'm going to need those in between days. I'm going to appreciate them to kind of decompress and relax and you know earth that actually inspires a song. uh Helen's probably passed away by now. There's a girl that used to call me. I guess she was just really into nature, and I don't know why. As a kid, I mean, I wasn't an unusual kid, or I don't see that there would have been any reason why. But she says, "Oh, are you Earth boy? Are you Earth kid?" She was a little bit older than me, I think. This was grade school, but look up the Elvis song. I don't know if I want to sing it because that was it was, but there's an Elvis song. You will always be happiest boy is you, girls you, happiest boy is me. Haven't heard that song in ages. And then Earth Angel, will you be mine? Speaking of an oldie, I'll be yours for all the time. Anyway, it's a small thing to clean up the environment. I'm like, what's environment? I pick up the garbage along my way. I do that every now and then too. I don't like the look of litter, and it's very interesting. Like I said, the people who influence and shape us. There was a lady that worked at my mother's office, and my dad had passed away, and so I must have been in grade school because my high school wasn't even in the same town. It wasn't far, but it wasn't in the same town. And I would get the bus to drop me off at home, and then I'd usually watch Ellen or some show until my mother got home. So um, but you know what? I might as well just be at the couch since he's not there now. I think that it's kind of cool to be in a different kind of spot and that. But now I'm kind of thinking I'd like the back support. Thank you. Yeah, there's some interesting bike seats out there. Like I say. Oh, as soon as I sit down, just a moment. You're welcome to be present. I don't mind you overhearing. I don't know who it is, and I probably won't be on the phone very long. You know what? I'm not going to answer that because it's telemarketing. I'm going to pick it up, but I'm going to say stop talking. But I'm going to hang up before I've said the full thing. And yeah. Uh-huh. Now, that stirred the dog a little bit, unfortunately. And I guess I'll put these back. It's amazing. This being heavy and all the other stuff. Okay, and you can lay. You're back in my spot. Showing off for the camera, are you? There's 3 of you here and 5 people. Well, okay. I guess I'm back over here then. Maybe I should just go for that bike ride. He almost looked like he wasn't going to stay there. No, he's not going to stay there. Would everybody make up their damn minds? All one other of you? Sorry. I'm really glad that you guys are good. Okay, he's going to lay there now. Okay. All right. Okay, so anyway. Yeah, so there was this woman that worked at the office, and I would drop in. Sometimes they weren't invented in my era, but they were a thing. There was, and they're kind of a cool thing, really, when you think about it. There was a typewriter, and for whatever reason, one of the things that they didn't have really anybody else that would do it. It was something for me to do. I think, yeah, when Dad passed away, and after school, I don't remember how I got there. Like, it wasn't super far, and I probably could have walked, and the world wasn't what it is now. But no, maybe my dad was still alive then, because how did I ever get to my mother's place of work? No, well, at one point she lived very, very close. So maybe it was more at that time then. Because I don't remember taking a bus there. We didn't even have city buses in that town. And I don't remember walking there. And I don't remember my dad dropping me off there. Maybe it was more high school, just not every day. Anyway, point of the matter is I type receipts. That's not. But there was a lady who was very steadfast about recycling and the environment and stuff. Um, and that seemed to have. I mean, it's an important thing as far as I'm concerned. Things that I mean, it's maybe a little bit gross at times, but they purify and clean things and that, and anything that can be reused and repurposed, um, and not piling up in landfills until the earth decompresses it or whatever, is a pretty good thing as far as I would say. Anyway, but I remember once my G's homeless niece was living in the area. I don't think it did. Well, maybe it did. I don't know. Anyway, he was once very surprised. He hadn't been around her very much in their life, and he was once really surprised to see her toss litter to the ground. And a lot of the times, there's garbages nearby. I mean, sometimes they're not like sometimes they're overly filled or and rows may or may not fly out of them. Anyway, let's change the topic. I mean, I was slightly being rude, but one stupid person said to me. Anyway, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. So but that's good that you do that. I saw a few Lucky Cans the other day, and I didn't. Um, and I have to go back, but I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not. Um, you know, Even though they didn't make the dam as tight and as like on my lips, and but then my lips went a bit more slack, partly because I was reacting to their conversation, or even just with my face, or if I said something. I don't know. That's a mixed feeling, about a dental experience. And, that's the one thing. The assistant. I mean, I think they have some casuals that they maybe call in because otherwise, there's only one. There's very few other people that do their job, and if the dentist, I don't know. Honestly, they seem to be working with each other and deciding in the moment a lot of time. It was fine and everything. I wasn't in that much pain after. I wasn't in that much pain during. She's very much like let me know if it's uncomfortable or you're gonna feel this, and she talks it through, and that. But I don't know. And I don't think I will it, so it's kind of okay if it covers it. But and that's kind of loud. But I just sat down, and I don't want to be moving around too much for myself or for y'all. But anywho, so hopefully it'll be on a song in a moment, and hopefully you won't hear it. But actually, I did set this to monetize this particular video because I thought if I say anything brilliant or somebody wants to pay me for my efforts a little bit and they can give a little donation, why would I say no? I'm not making that much money otherwise. And every little bit helps. But it's not like I'm making anybody do it either. But anyway, so yeah, basically, yeah. So as far as that, I know I should book another one. I have too many other things on this week, and the weather's so. I can at least wait till next week, and it might be worth. At first, I have to check because it's more so I'm noticing it when I'm eating. I think they either filed something down too much or didn't fill it enough. Like they did a very thorough job, but um, there is no space. There are ones between the two. Uh, uh, but I don't know. There's a little bit of a groove. Anyway, so and then once we get that taken care of, then we can maybe look at that. But yeah. So anyway, but I'm not looking forward to it. I'm really not looking forward to going. I mean, it's not the most pleasant thing. At least I don't have distracting music playing. Um, um, and it is we do have our insurance, which helps. But I almost had a very interesting experience. I could have had an interesting experience, but it may have been for the best that it didn't happen. I feel a little bit mixed about the assistant. She can be nice and all that, but she can be very particular. She very reluctant to give pillows. She doesn't want you to have your coat behind you, on the dental chair. She's like, well, then it's going to be lumpy behind you. Well, I appreciate the back thing. Oh, well, we'll adjust it. It'll be fine. Maybe it is true that maybe sometimes people's sweaters or coats get caught on her chair or their chair, or they're worried about like derm and bed bugs if their legs brush it with anybody. And so I guess I kind of get it. And they said they leave the door open, so if their stuff is hung there, the door's open, they're there. Anyway, blah blah blah. But yeah, I probably should, but I don't know. Now the radio is a little bit louder than I had meant for it to be. I'm honestly thinking I'm going to turn it down just a smidgen. I want it on, and I don't really mind it, but because this is a live stream, I'm letting you know now. Ain't no way, no how to see that day, keeping forever and for always. It's really great when you have a special person in your life who you get through the challenging times and you stick by each other's side. Shania Twain is from my hometown originally. Actually, I didn't live right in the city, but in the area. So, anyway, if there's any comments, because there's 4 people here now, it doesn't look like I have that much more to squirrel, but it could be deceiving how it looks. As you know, again, just always keep in mind that I am falling a bit behind, but I do appreciate the conversation. I can't believe this much. I don't have that much coffee. You guys are giving me great energy, and I appreciate that. But and the sun's probably helping a little bit, and the plants and whatever. But anyway, again, if they're obviously not trolls, because if they are trolls, well, you can deal with them. If you like, yeah. Anyway, if I see them, great. Otherwise, you can deal with them. We can always undo things if we need to. But as far as otherwise, yeah, like I want them to be part of the conversation, the people. So, so that's always something for us to keep in mind, right? But yeah, so you found a lens, one from some glasses. Did you post about that in some sort of group? Area group. I found a lens from but wonder why that happened. Maybe think about cleaning up the junk alley you were talking about. Are you talking about me? I wasn't talking about a junkie alley. Oh, I was talking about, but you know what? People will come and pick that up, or they have people. They have. I thought that I realized that because I wouldn't be just starting a wellness center in an alley. I don't know if that means somebody's here or there's just noise. But no, that was that might even be what you're barking at. They have pylons though. Yeah, I think I'm working on taking it down. There's a with the trailer, but maybe not. They have it all stacked up. I don't really know why the pylons are there. People are either going to come and take the stuff. I'm surprised nobody's taking these pictures. It looks like they brought the bin back and emptied it. I don't know when the heck they did that. But sure as heck I don't see their vehicles or anything going on or anybody can put in it. Well, that's a little odd. But anyway, no, they're taking care of that. And it's a trigger. And, a lot of it's in pretty rough shape and it might not be very safe to handle. It's, again, realizing that, that location, as handy as it is, and just in general, that's not meant to be, it's a lot of work there's a lot of things to consider when opening a business, especially with, I'm not going to say everybody, but some people who would be considered kind of vulnerable sectors of the community. And not that I wouldn't be good at some of it, but it's not something I can take on. And I just, again, at this chapter in my life, I have mostly acquaintances. I'm not really able to get on my Facebook anymore very much. Um, um, Most of my contacts aren't local. A lot of them have passed away. And no, I didn't tell them. I miss them dearly. And I'm not that type of person, obviously. Um, like I say, we've talked a little bit about family before. That's not a good resource, really hugely for me. So it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, not a whole heck of a lot I can do about it. So again, I need to accept that. And the only answer that I keep getting, aside from the things I have upcoming, are not only good distractions, good alternatives. but may also help me accept it. The only other thing that I can think of is the fact that, well, you know what? I can do the live streams. I can, try and be a good, continue to be, I don't even have to try that hard, really, a good person in my daily life. I'm not always going out and interacting with people, but when I do, or just online, and that means something too. Is it all I want in my life? Is it, uh, is there still an imbalance? No and yes, but that's what we got right now, so while working towards those other things. Um, oh, he gets lots of it, even if it's not always evident, because I'm trying to focus on the live stream at the time, but he gets lots of it. Where you are the adult in the situation, as such, we have to motivate ourselves. What situation? What, Kirsty? If you're still there, what were you talking about putting something in an envelope and bringing it with us to a session? And just because bobbing. Just because, oh, Sam's here. Sorry, I haven't seen your comment yet. I've been a little bit long winded and distracted. But just because one is an adult does not necessarily mean we have all the answers, that it's always easy. That's why, if you want to say God, if you want to say the universe, whatever puts us here for each other, to help each other, to be there for each other, just simply to enjoy time with each other, too, needs it. It needs to be exposed to different environment, sense encounters on the daily. And so do we, right? For the most part. Plus, when the beautiful brown eyes look at me, he wills me to walk. Hi, Sam. Maybe this is a good opportunity to tell you instead of on Marky Kelly's. Basically, thankfully, still have this channel. My messenger has been a bit wonky. My device is a bit wonky. Something else happened, and now G has set it so that really I can't. Well, it's not loading right on the one phone anyway. I'm not going to go to his computer. I could, but if he sees recent activity in the chat or whatever, he's probably not going to be too happy at this point in time. Although it's in the browser, and I think he sensed that and changed it. It's very, very interesting what he's choosing to put it as. But anyway, and then if I can get it to work on mine, but this is where maybe I think maybe it's just best to just chat here, and it via Mark and Kelly. Um, um, even though my emails are just wonky, I mean, I just don't use it all that often, and I see people often enough on here. But yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know if you'd realized. I think you had at least some of the time. I don't know if you'd realized that it was often me that you was messaging with. I mean, you recognize any voice clips that were my voice when those worked, but you was messaging because he used to be fine. A lot, when mine's wonky, letting me, have some conversations there so that they're not all on here and this and that. But something happened which I do and don't. Um, I do and don't think I was in the wrong for. Um, but when you take something personally, and even from someone who doesn't know you, and then he wrote something in the moment which precipitated it, which he should have realized that there was some gray area there and it did not need to be mentioned. But at the time, he was writing out of a place of frustration, and I happened to see the post. I was really surprised because it was near the bottom, but I thought maybe he thought, I wonder if he took that part out because he didn't want to be talked about, and I didn't. And anyway, so I've been wanting to tell you that. So um, I usually get a pretty good night's sleep. I need to keep telling myself, you have lots of time for the most part during the day to process your thoughts in whichever way you feel is best, to yourself, on a live stream, whatever, and to have conversations and to do other things and to be online. At some point, it's like, okay, he's coming back in the room after his fitness session after 15 minutes, and he's like, going to be doing the stuff. to get ready for work, and I have some stuff to do in the kitchen, and then I'm up. But it's kind of like, so I need to tell myself, like, if it's a matter of I have 15 minutes to fall asleep and then 5 minutes to be asleep, it's not worth it. But like at like 10 to 7, when I had till 7:30, I could have tried. But I've been experiencing, like I say, the stress and the brain fog. So I went and looked up stuff about that and looked quickly at the local group. And yeah, then at 7:30. But you were also asking Sam. So I'm energetic today, but it's cold as heck outside. Don't want to do my outside chore. Yeah, yeah. See, the weather, even for someone like you, can affect it. What's your outside chore? Firewood? You could do it. I need water. Let's remember hydration. It may have cooled, warmed up, but it's only 10 o'clock, practically right at 10 o'clock. So it's a little bit soon to have lunch, as long as you wouldn't have judged that. But I'm just trying to get the last little bit out of this chapstick. I don't want to waste it, and it's actually one that the dog kind of chewed the top of a little bit, but so it doesn't come out unless I do it that way. Anyway, but I haven't eaten a ton, so I might even actually just have that little bit of pizza and then the thing, and then we'll see how I feel after the bike ride. I mean, I don't like to shower. Well, yeah, I might have a shower. I didn't mean to say I don't like to shower. Just usually I just have a bath every day. Anyway, point of the matter being is, yeah. So I do that. It's yeah. I can get there and back pretty quickly on my bike. I've been eager to get on the bike. If something happens to the one, I'm not very far from home. I mean, I'm gonna have keep it on me, but then I can, put it in the garage and use the other one. Like seriously. So, because it's a faster way to get around, I can coast a little bit. Let's do this thing shortly. But whether I want to have more, I don't need. I don't. I'm not going to be a zombie, but I don't need to process absolutely. It's good to be aware, but absolutely everything around me. So I don't need to be really have more caffeine. Um, my throat's not bad at the moment. I am kind of wanting to eat a bit more though first, so I might do that. You could just. You could do it. Took just thinking you need small, unstressful projects to accomplish to build that. Yes, for the most part. But some people may say washing dishes or doing laundry or tidying up. Sometimes I find it easier than other stuff. But the stuff that you know, the stuff that is. I'm glad our connection's been pretty good, stable. You know, the basic stuff. I mean, I usually don't struggle with it, but sometimes I'll put it off a little bit. But I do have some laundry. I think I'm going to get in. I think leakage. Did I just say that out loud? Yeah, anyway. But yeah, so but yeah, so anyway, so I'll do that. But then it's been not very active at the moment. So see, I'm a little bit mixed because the tax office, there's been times where they've let the dog come in because the guy has had the same type of dog. We saw one when we first got him. We saw somebody occasionally that would have one or two of that type of dog walking around. Then we didn't see them for the longest time. There was a lady, and he said he was middle aged, and I don't get you. That we saw the other day, and then he says she came up in her car behind him and said, "Oh, look at the lovely dog," and whatever. And she had one in her car. She had one that she had another one at home, and she was fostering or taking care of another relative's moms. Um, but anyway, so this guy though, he has, maybe he just likes dogs, but he also has, and I think he's the owner. I mean, we only go there once a year, but there's been times where I'll peek, like when G's been with us, perhaps, and I peek in and have the dog. I said, "Oh, bring him in," you know. Um, I don't remember him really visiting with them, but he was totally comfortable about the dog being in there. But not everybody is. I understand that, but that's why I kind of want to bring him. I mean, he did. We forgot, and I wasn't, super set in how I was doing things. But I said to G last night, I says, maybe don't take him out in the morning because I'm going to go out probably in the morning and I'll just bring him. But out of habit, he did. It's fine. So he's not hugely in need of a walk. He had one like 2 or 3 And part of me does want to make it a bike ride, and I could go in there with my bike too. I might be able to put my bike in. I could watch my bike tomorrow, but no, I got to bring the dog with me. One of the bikes I got a couple of really good deals. So I have a spare. I think it does have a basket in it. Whether he'd fit in it because he's almost mid-size, I don't know. And also, he's not used to being in a basket on a bike. And I also feel like I should be like an old woman to do something like that, or at least I don't know. It feels a little odd to me to ride around with. He might really like it, but I think he'd just jump around and make a bunch of noise. And I don't know if he doesn't have a lot of room to move, he might not. But because then I could bring him in and then kind of stand in the entryway or whatever. But I kind of like to take a look at the other dogs that are there. I guess I could still bring my bike in, but uh, technically, yeah, I could bring him to both the things. Is what I'm trying to say. But I kind of want a bike too. So what do I do? Um, but as far as other small projects to feel accomplishment, well, I mean, live streaming gives me that. Closing a tab on my device gives me that. Keeping myself fed and mostly happy gives me that. Um, but yeah, maybe there could be a little more of that. It's like as far as what, and I'm not gonna try and hunt down my distant cousin who may not quite be 20 yet, but she might be. Because her aunt is goofy. So unless I ever get an email from her saying, every now and then I think about it and I realize I acted stupid and I do want to have you in my life, I'm not going to make the move because I don't think she wants me to, and yeah, it's just ironic because we've been having those cranberry puffs. This song, actually, I think I feel like I need to suddenly. Anyway, no, I usually don't think about it. It pops up every now and then because I wish it wasn't so, and that she wasn't being so silly. But she's had a hard life. I've reasoned why she might be those ways, and family matters to me, and it would be really nice to be in each other's life. But if she's not interested, she to be uh, just wants to be close with those that she lives most closely to, who she's been more recently in their life of. Um, then, then, as in the words of Marcy, so be it. How are you? Thank you for that. Answer that shortly. Around every time you don't want to go home on Thursday. So no, I don't have to let it linger to answer that song singing at me, but I'm gonna because I'm gonna every now and then, and we all do that, right? Just sending a really quick message to somebody. I don't know what's being but because my email is working at the moment. Kirsty, are you still there, or is it just Sam and chilling? I think. See, my email is being wonky. Instead of sending it, it saved it as a draft. Oh no, it did send it. Sometimes it doesn't though. I don't know how to answer. Is everything okay? I mean, I'm feeling good at the moment. We're having a nice chat here. Someone I met on YouTube as well, actually. Got your nice email last night. Thank you for that, and I'll answer that shortly. We are having a lovely time here. Don't want to go home on Thursday. Thought it said something. Oh, right. Anyway, when did that come in out of curiosity? Was it when I was kind of thinking about him because he kind of reminds me of Eric Stone Street? No, that was the other day. Anyway, That sounds nice. Watching a tire bobbing on the lake. So you live on the lake. Rip Pete. Hello, Pete. Anyway, yeah, I almost I didn't know exactly who she was talking about who passed away in her family, but it almost turned on my gift. Anyway, what's for another? Oh, sorry, I was replying to something you were talking about quite a while ago. Yeah, when things are hectic in life, I'm a list maker. Yeah, but what was the something? Maybe it's a good idea. I'm curious. Yeah, Kirsty helps with focus. Raking and yard cleanup. Yes, although G loves to be outside. Not that I don't, but he can handle a bit more of the wind and the dust blowing around, and he has way more energy. And even though he has his fitness, um, and his job and this and that, and I have more time to do it, I think he'd actually be kind of annoyed, you know, because he likes doing the yard stuff. And there's only so much that needs to be done. I mean, we don't have a huge yard in the front or the back. So as much as I might like it too, and as far as for other people, again, if it's nearby, sure. Some place that people are more likely to hire a company or feel like you need special experience and they want to see about that. Um, if it's too far, I can't easily get to it. Do they have the things? Because I can't go too far with the things I need. I find leaves, even though they've been sitting under snow, dry and dusty. Although, of course, um, some people take care of that before winter. And chopstick here, chopstick not, but I think I know who all of you are. I'm getting hungry. I should eat soon. Anyway, I've thought about the grass cutting thing, but the person would have to have the mower and again not be super far away. Like have the mower, but just not be able to do it because of an injury or because of age or whatever. Um, I actually kind of like cutting the grass, um, but the thing is that even though some people aren't great in the neighborhood, just like anywhere else, some people are not the best people. There's lots of great people too, and there's already lots of people helping people in the neighborhood. And you know, when I see like a post, you know, saying that somebody is looking for something, by the time I see it, and now it's a little less easy because of the thing I mentioned earlier. By the time I see it, there's already been a few replies. So, and I wouldn't want to get money from my neighbors. I mean, I have mixed feelings about the lady right next door, but they're elderly; they can't do it themselves. But they have other neighbors that help them. Like I say, G was going to mention one of his coworkers, although he also helps. His coworker was looking for some of those kind of things to do, but they really don't. I don't think like they have quite a nice big space in the back with a parking pad, but it's got a few old pieces of furniture in it, and you know they don't really sit back there. They don't really go back there. They don't really seem to want to. It's not like it's terrible. I mean, if someone was to think and say, well, maybe if it was nicer, they would. Um, I don't think they really want to. It's kind of a sort of a busy area in a back lane. I think they prefer to sit out front. So, and as far as doing the front, there's not that much to do. I don't know what it would be. I don't really feel like they'd show that much gratefulness, or at least he wouldn't, because he's got deafness and Alzheimer's, and I don't know, mixy mixy, but maybe. Anyway, I'm not. And if it sounds like excuses, it's just the truth. I'll do it though. Half an hour a day doesn't get me too stiff and little bites. Is it bug bites? That's true. Oops. Then it's not about killer project. Oh, I see what you're saying. Cottage summer setup. It's a heck of a lot of work, but well worth it. Yeah, I'd love to be there. I'd love to help. I'd love to be there. Sometimes it's also nice to do it with somebody. Not necessary, but nice. Chilling will be chilling in paradise. It sounds like you already are, to be quite honest. Very ageist. Sorry. I don't like to be that way. I didn't mean to, but that's what I seem to see the most when I see it. See all sorts of people of different ages. Yeah, I've seen someone with a cat in a knapsack once, and it had like a clear bubble in the back, but it looked so cramped and uncomfortable. And she was at a food bank, and it's like, so then you have to carry a bunch of other stuff. Like, why? I mean, maybe they had to go. I don't know. You think you'd have to get your food home? It was early in the morning. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she had a car and she was going to quickly drop it off, and then didn't want to leave it in the car, and then had to bring it to the vet or whatever. I don't know. Really, the stronger point is he's not used to it. I don't think it would be an easy thing to do, and I worry that his foot would get caught in the holes or whatever, and it just, or that he'd jump out and fall on my tire, and I drive. Like, yeah, I don't know if there's I don't know. You could take. I guess you could do it gradually, like put him in it, get him used to being it. I don't think it's something I'm going to need to do often enough, and it just sounds more like a hassle than anything else. Cat stroller people. Not too sure I know what that is. Here it's sunny. Yeah. Arg, a second coffee. See, I have one. Sometimes I'll top it up, but I have one, and then that's good enough for me for the day. And then I have one in the evening. But my throat doesn't feel like I need it, and I kind of think I should. Hmm. It's only 10 o'clock. I should try and get to my errand soon. I don't really feel like, even though there was enough space in the sink to probably rinse the coffee filter and make another pot, and it's been mostly not finicky, I kind of don't really want to wait around for the coffee pot. I have what I have is good enough, but I would want to have food with it, and I'm really thinking I'm going to do that soon. I'm a Labrador mom. Oh, I almost forgot that. I don't think they make luggage big enough for her. Yeah, that's right. You both have a lab. So, what are your dogs' names? What color are your labs? It's funny we have two, one fully, one not. Blonde people with yellow labs. They're almost neighbors to each other, but they're not. It's not funny, but it's ironic. And then there's another yellow, but it's not. Um, but I grew up around a chocolate lab. I see those kind every now and then, and I think I brought them here, but I can't remember for sure. But not super often. I will always remember the one. It was a service dog for someone in a wheelchair, and one time she brought her to Zumba, and the dog just sat next to her. The dog passed away, but and I didn't know it very well, but as she did chair Zumba, it was really. I'll never forget that visual. Yeah, no, it's just mid-sized. Like, he's not like a toy breed. Um, I, he could be, but I think he might not be a purebred. Although I still think he could be one. There's two different types, or different haircuts that they can get. But I don't think we're going to do that to him. We talked about it the other day. He's more of a Spitz variety. So, sorry. Well, in the winter, they don't have a super thick coat, I would say. But otherwise, do you really dress your dogs? Do you really? I feel mixed about that, man. A British lab. Well, you are in the UK. I didn't know it was otherwise a thing. You are in the UK if you didn't know that. Or in the words of Mark, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? And then I sometimes see the UK and he's like, yes, we're still in the UK. Sometimes he doesn't get that my joke. He's like, yeah, we're still, I think he does now though. He's like, no, we're still in the UK. Don't you recognize the room? 12. Oh, girl. Good. Ours is middle age, and he's already getting a bit of a gray beard. Now I don't feel any shit, but already getting a bit of a gray beard. It's kind of odd. But his nose generally goes. So if your dog's nose goes from, some maybe have more pink nose, but goes from black to kind of splotchy. I looked it up once. I can't remember why it is, but or their nails are growing at odd pace. It can just it might not be anything super serious. So because that's cleared up for him, I've noticed. I wish we could just actually be together. In an ideal world, it's got to be happy for what we do have, though. But in an ideal world, we'd all be hanging out in one of our homes with our dogs. It's almost like heaven, right? With our coffee and maybe some good eats, and we'd be having the same conversation probably, and our dogs would be around us, and it would be fabulous. Anyway, but it's fabulous this way too. Just not quite as fabulous. Not that behind, but my guy's a senior too. He just got his beard last year, as in like the color of his chin changed. There are bearded varieties, or not labs, but there are. I forget what they're called. And Rip Kate, even though she has passed away, she's not my anymore because her placement finished and I left the place. Um. Oh yeah, the wind's super chilly. By the way, yeah, that's the thing. But not only that, I don't think it's that windy. Watching that tree and seeing how much it moves is usually a pretty good indicator. So I mean, things will stir the dust around. I think I'm not having to ride towards wind, and that's nice. Actually, I just saw it bounce, but I am caught up. Almost. Like a rain jacket? Otherwise, he'd shiver when we got home. Or shake off moisture, right? Um, I mean, they are domesticated. I think they might be a bit more adaptable than you might realize. But yeah, yeah. Like I'm not one of those ones that's like strongly against somebody dressing their pet, but I do think some people go a little bit too extreme with it. But if you're just doing it for walks, I could understand. You're trying to be, and you are a good owner. So yeah, um, right. And then I don't remember the inception of Melt My Cheese, but what's another one of Kelly's that should be on a shirt? And I really got to get some of their merch. Part of me wants to get a little bit more closer and hear a bit more from the ones. And it says there's one of you here, but I'm pretty sorry, Sam. I don't know if she's still here. I didn't mean to make her feel ignored. I eventually did get to her comments. I don't know if she was still here. I don't know what time it is there. Maybe she had a family, or Jerry came, or she just needed to was in too much pain and needed to lay down or whatever. Or maybe it was that thing that I mentioned, and I don't know. Um, Now I'm wondering. Um, but I wasn't saying we couldn't communicate at all. You think he'll appreciate the JK? Just kidding. Let's be my. I'm confused. No, wait. Maybe I'm not sure. I think you meant appreciate that. Just kidding. No, I think it's a brilliant idea. Really. Anyway, I need to eat a bit. I might keep rolling because I'm really enjoying your company. You're really enjoying mine, and I don't have a set appointment time to go do anything. I just want to do it before it gets too late in the day. I was wearing one of those COVID masks, and that's too much of a trigger or something. But also, it's not that late there. Like he might be just finishing work soon, and then he can pop in and hear us talking about him and their fashion, their need to update their fashion and their merch. But yeah, as far as all of us, like I don't know which I'd rather have, but one's like 30, one's 50, and it's good quality. It may be good. Again, with the hoodie, I'd rather it be a zip. With the t-shirt, I don't know if I can get both, but I really got to get on that. They're young. Hopefully, they stay in the band for a long time, and it's not. But they seem pretty tight knit. Being in bands are hard, and then they also live with each other, so it's kind of like they don't. I mean, yeah, they have some of them have girlfriends, or they might not, be or other things that they do, work or whatever. But living with someone, living with more than one someone, as lovely as it is, can also be a challenge, right? But no, I mean, they've been to the channel a few times. I appreciate the support. They seem like lovely fellas, even if I might not like some of their music. And I like their merch and I want it. So, I mean, but I'm not rich. So I might have to wait for my birthday or Christmas. But and by then, hopefully, I'll know them even a bit more. So, does your husband watch with you? I would imagine you both seem to be home quite a bit. I guess you're both retired or whatever. At least he doesn't mind you chatting with us, and seems to like me. He's welcome to come into the. I don't know if that's an idea or not, but he's welcome to come into the chat too. I'd like to get to know him. You're like, I can't. You're talking to me on the phone. What does that matter? He could be sitting next to you watching. He's like, yeah, but he's not. He's not. Well, he's missing out, wouldn't you say? Maybe I'm missing out on him a little too. I'm sure he's great though. But and as far as him making you the coffee, and you must have headphones in, I guess. Which, well, I guess if you don't mind wearing headphones, I would find them uncomfortable if I didn't have to wear them. But then you never know what I'm going to say, right? Even me. And so, just in case he says something, that Hubs wouldn't like, I'm keeping these in, No, I get it. But luckily, the only person around me is the dog. Well, the only person around me right now is the dog. Anyway, but he's the best person there is because he's not a person. No, just kidding. But yeah, you're probably sitting there and you're like, I'm too comfy. I'm enjoying this too much. I don't want to get up. I do want coffee. Make it for me. Get it to me fast. Kind of thing, right? Like pretty much. Anyway, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it's kind of my humor. I guess you realize that. Anyway, but speaking of putting things in mouth, here's my foot. I'm not that flexible. No. I speaking about putting things in mouth, I want to put clothes in the washer. But But then I also would like to eat, drink, and be merry. And then I'll go for my bike ride probably. And then when I come back, I'll see if I want to shower or not. And it will hopefully not be too much past noon, if at all. And then maybe I'll just mosey around and look at all the many things I have open on YouTube videos and this and that. Oh, wow. You've got a gooder. Truth be told, he may have also been making coffee for himself, right? And it's just like, not that much trouble. I'll just pour you a cup at the same time, right? But he sounds lovely. Anyway, but right now I have to get the momentum myself. So I need to run upstairs for under 5 minutes. I need to run downstairs and put the laundry in. If I brought you down there, you would see a basement like you've never seen before. And no, that's not creepy. Obviously, it's not creepy. There's only 2 of you here right now. We're 2.5 hours in. I want to do that first. So come with me and you'll see a world of pure imagination. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. But I don't see anybody, and it's probably just that property. I could almost show you what I'm talking about. That's another thing I could show this far in, and people may skip ahead, but I don't think they'll like it a lot. Okay, that trailer that I saw go by empty before is now there. They've gotten rid of most of that stuff. And yeah, it's just noise. And that is the weirdest looking tree. I didn't notice that there before. Anyway, I'm using a laptop, but really? He comes and checks to see if I'm well liquidated. Oh, that's a funny way to put it, but okay. Does he actually say that too? Are you liquidated? Anyway, please maintain our privacy, even though it might be tempting because you've never seen anything like this before, probably. Oh, I don't know how the Wi-Fi is going to be on this device, so I'm not going to go all the way down the stairs. Just a moment, but I'll give you a peek. And then keep it to yourself. I don't want you to. Basically, he does sell these sometimes, and if I'll give. I don't know if you already know my first name, Chillin. If you do or not, but it's actually Chillin. No, but anyway, take a look at this. Sometimes it phases me, sometimes it doesn't. I hope that wasn't. Yeah, I don't think that was fully in view, especially because of those. Yeah, that's from a movie, isn't it? Anyway, I need to put this somewhere. And the top of the coffee maker looks like the spot. I love how you echoed that, as one is tempted to do sometimes. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. There's nothing to it. You do know that song, right? You're not just thinking I said something funny and you're like, I want to type that out because I like it. That wow's on a bit of a delay. Are you saying wow about what I just showed you, or something I said, or something I did, or? But I still didn't put the laundry down because I was a little bit worried about the Wi-Fi down there. There was 2 of these in the lettuce. Be right back. I need to collect a parcel. Oh, you expecting a certain gift of some type? I guess. You got me curious. Like from your front step or where? Anyway, I'll be right back too. I'm going to put some laundry in. And then I'm going to, I guess, have the 2 of these now because it's practically lunchtime. Practically. I don't need to eat when I get back. And if I do, I'll have a piece of bread or something. I don't know. I'll make that salad and eat a little bit. Probably want to have that salad with the pizza, but yeah. I keep thinking about thinking, I don't know how much I'm going to like it. Would someone tell me, please, if I can freeze, I sing it, it's a great song. If I can freeze cucumber and mangoes, I was going to put some lime, keep it for longer, like maybe a potluck I'm going to. Or, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I say, sells them sometimes. Do you think you might like one? Because I could tell you how to get one. I'm just trying to decide what would be the best way to do that. And I'm worried about Sam, so I should go upstairs and check that too. Whether I need to be or not, I have guesses. I'd like to be a bit more certain. I don't think it's anything personal unless you found that awkward. But I'll say it doesn't go to the other room. If you hear it, you hear it. If you don't, you don't. You can reach me one-on-one at COLTYN. ROCKS. Back to Y is in yes, S is in sweet. There's only 2 of you here. I'm a far end. But if you reach me there, I could tell you how you could get one from us. Speaking about parcels, I know that mail delivery sometimes is a little iffy, but Canada within Canada shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Yeah, the meditation, the decor, you can put your fruit in them. Can somebody answer my produce question, please? Yeah. So, selling them sometimes, collecting them, mostly G, kind of me. But yeah, we can figure out the logistics of that, and they range anywhere from $20 to over 100. under. Believe it or not, some of them are worth 300. But that's also, the shipping. And I still don't understand the business. He's tried to explain it to me before, where the more you purchase, the better you're like on your tax return. Like as far as like the person selling them. But the sales have something to do with it too. Anyway, yeah, this is just going to dry out if I don't eat it now. So I'm finishing a muffin from earlier. Normally I would eat a full muffin, but they're big muffins and I wasn't ready to at the time. Okay. So, I don't worry whether the sky is gray above. Hi, Kathleen. Got a pocket full of rainbows. Got a heart full of love. Went down to my viewer. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I'm wondering if maybe she went to email me. Maybe, just maybe. Actually, there's a bit more of a bite being in the fridge. Well, they were in the fridge. And I don't think they were in the crisper. But not with the butter on them, maybe that's the difference. I like it. I just don't want people to misread that. Basically, there's just an interesting collection. Okay, so I've got to run upstairs. I'm going to just look quickly. I'm not planning to send anything. I'm not planning to do anything. I'm just going to look. I'm going to quickly make another pit stop. I know that a third person just got here, possibly a second. The number's been fluctuating a little bit the past few minutes. I don't know if you're someone that's familiar with me. I'm also a little bit worried about Ansh. He came in and very, very briefly, but it's almost midnight there. If he wasn't using headphones, like he's 18 or 19, and some of you already know this, but he does live with his parents. And I don't want to say it's just a culture thing, but a lot of people, even of a certain culture, say it. Sometimes the parents are a bit stricter, and I can just envision that they may have heard him listening to my loveliness in their room and said, "Turn that off and go to sleep." I can only go with my guess and feel like it's not likely anything personal because I don't have another way to reach him. But I probably, especially currently for the next while, here's the place. But that email was my own. So you can reach me there. So if you'd like to send me a little one-on-one message, maybe a photo of yourself, I'd love to see a picture of you, put a face to a name. And maybe, this environment that you live in that you're talking about. I don't travel much. I'm nowhere near it. I'm not a creep. So, but it'd be nice to, even though you paint a nice picture sometimes, to actually see the place you're talking about. People are doing that these days when they get a degree of comfort with somebody. And they want to sometimes have a one-on-one so that the person doesn't always have to live stream when they want to talk to somebody. Or to send pictures. It's nice. So I'll let you hopefully do that for any of those reasons. I'm going to put that downstairs, get that started. Then I'm going to really quickly run upstairs. I'll try not to be too long. Enjoy the environment. Enjoy yours. Enjoy chatting. I'll catch up when I get back. And that's a good kind of, those two things are a good kind of landmark. And then after that, I'm probably going to wrap up and get myself ready to leave for my errand. So what order did I say I was doing things? Good. Oh, yes, okay. Then there's all the plants. Holy smokes, is that a rose? It's very tall. And there's all the plants that have to go back outside very soon in the other corner. But yeah, I don't know if you heard me down there. Like, of course we heard you. And you haven't shut up, Stephen, when you go down. That was my intent. So that's what I'm going to do upstairs. You might not be able to hear me as well, but that's what I'm going to do. But I figured you might think that I might pop by on the way up there now. And I have. So here I am. Where's comments? Just kidding. I do see the ones that are there. And I know you guys are multitasking. And I know that, but yeah, know that I'm going to wrap up probably about 15, 25 minutes. So just so you know. But I know one of you might be either emailing or trying to decide about emailing me. So, and again, I shared that with you privately this far in, with people that it was comfortable, that I know I could tell. It's not always accurate, but I felt like it was in the moment. So people I was comfortable saying it around, including you, Dylan. So yeah, there you have it. So anyway, okay, now I'm going to do the other thing. Maybe heat up some of this stuff. I put almost too much detergent in for the amount, but then also I decided to just do a quick wash cycle so it's done sooner. Probably actually put it in before I leave. Well, that's not fully plugged in. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't spark, it seems like. I heard a guy who I mostly like and want to his family locally, and I know him on here. So, but what's hindered me from watching his return from home trip, aside from the fact that it sounds like he's going to be shirtless cutting the grass later in his video, of all things he could be doing in a live stream, and it's like, and some people might say, well, wouldn't you like that? Since you're buying? Yeah, I'm worried about like it too much. But and ironically, some people buy these things all the time. I don't. We have a lot of stuff that we don't usually have right now. It's like I'm really happy to have it. I want to eat it all fast. Well, not fast, but we get through it. And it's kind of like deciding what to make. But he had said that he uses detergent. He has allergies, so he has to be careful what detergents he uses. He tries not to use a lot of dyed stuff. But then his clothes are dyed. Lively, but color dyed. And you can say natural dyes. Dye is dye. And some of it's like name brand athletic stuff. So I'm a bit confused. But anyway. And it's a little disappointing that we didn't see. And I also is big about manifesting, and I'm not too sure I believe that. And doing shorts. I mean, I guess the shorts could be from longer videos. But manifesting, into that. But I did watch some interesting videos, and I want to look into how to believe in that when you don't believe in it. How to actually, maybe in small ways, but bigger than maybe I've been doing, make it happen. So, yeah. Anyway, we have a second person here, and I'm not sure who it is, but I just have to run upstairs for a moment, and I've been meaning to do that for a little while now, so I'm gonna, because you know what, it's productive. It does something good that I need to do. So that is good. So apparently I've been needing to wipe the tray in the microwave. I can't believe you didn't notice how kind of cruddy that looked. I'm getting some of it, although oddly not on the cloth, so that's odd. But it's wiping off. Either that or it's just blending in more than I thought it would. But I don't want to take it off the track. It's not all coming off. If I scrubbed enough at it, but I don't want to be there too long while I'm doing this and trying to do other stuff. Scrubbing it, it's better. So. Okay. I've been really enjoying telling the warm cup. So again, I wish everybody well. I hope you're having a great day. I'm saying this more to the second person because the other person is, I think, someone I'm familiar with who realizes that, but she might be multitasking as I am. Maybe because I am, she's like, I'll keep this rolling, but I'm going to go do this, I'm going to do that. But anyway, so, but I'm having a fairly productive day, having a good stream. Then I'm going to go and do some stuff. So, and I'm doing, and I hope that you are as well. And like I say, wishing well for all of us is the main thing for our fellow humans, Some of you don't really need that reminder, or you already do it. Others of us, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong or weird for it, but some of us are really, and I hope I never come across this way because I can understand how I might, and in some ways we all do, but some people are a bit more self-absorbed, and they They, they're just focusing on themselves being well, but you can totally also wish for and also at times do things to to brighten someone else's day and to spread the goodness. So spread some my way if you haven't yet, a like or something like that, a like, a nice comment, um subbing, but only sub if you plan to like and give comments. And I hate to always say this, but like I say, it could be a different person hearing it. To the second person that's here, who I don't think I'm familiar with, because if I am, you're not saying anything, and that's a little odd. Let me just quickly, because I do have it open. I almost think I shouldn't toggle. Actually, it's here though. No, that's not the one. But I can close it right after I open it. I'm just wondering if you maybe forgot to tell me about potato. What about potato? You put some bacon or sour cream, onions, and cheese on it. Eat it. What's there to tell, right? I think you know what I mean, and I mean you know what I think. Nope. But actually, I'm just gonna do it this way because but it's spinning, so I'll just close it. No, not seeing no potatoes. Okay, so yeah. Oh, but there's a third person here now, so I really hate to go upstairs, but I need to. I need, I'm going to continue to think about it if I don't go up and do it, so I might as well do it. Look at that. Fancy, hey? Still not really big about the tomatoes. But I'm also not big about wasting it. It's a small little tomato, so I'm having it. And no, I don't say tomato like tomato. I'm just saying it like that now for effect. For effect. For effect and for a fact. So there. And two of you didn't seem to like it, but I guess you're rotten tomatoes. Rotten tomatoes. I'm just joking. Or at least not being serious. But yeah, I know all the reasons. All the reasons. He made the reasons to do it. He looks like he's working by himself. And he's kind of older. But again, dust, mud, I don't know why they must put those ramps there. I mean, that might be a door. Those are might be a door. I don't think they're built like that. Nails, sharp wood. Well, they left it there for a little while. But they're making progress. I kind of want to help. Maybe what I can do is watch to make sure that he's okay. Nothing happens to him while he's doing it. I mean, there's other people around, but I really don't want to deal with a dirty mattress. I don't want to throw my back out today. There's really not that much left to look at. That's a lovely guy. Oh, that's yeah. He has to start seeing them again, probably. He's actually a lovely British guy in the neighborhood. But yeah, there's not that much more to do, really. I'd love to rescue that lovely set of drawers. But he has a trailer and he has the other thing, so maybe he plans to put it in there and donate it or something. Otherwise, why does he need the trailer? And he's also, well, that might be the city that he's like that. Anyway, causes me annoyance every time I eat that up in a book. Then I'm looking at it, I can't help but know it. Oh, now there's something. Oh, yeah, there's somebody else there. There's a ladder on his truck and something. It says something in the back of the window, but I can't tell what. Yeah, we could have. It's too bad. I could have made progress. Found ways to be comfortable having that chair. I need to be two of them. And could have a couple of ladders. Yeah, that's good. Oh, maybe. Because there's two ladders. Okay. Um, doesn't look rusty from here, but I don't know if it was just a couple spots, but because otherwise it's nice, easy, accessible way to acquire some chairs. We need to replace a couple of our chairs, so hello, and so am I. And there's three of you here, and that's a nice blob of cheese. Just saying. There's three of you here. Sorry about that. And I was talking to myself in the screen, so there's nobody else at home right now. So. That's nice. I would normally have that more at dinner time, but not always. Okay, I should go back over there and eat. I just got that chair up there. And he's not going to want it. He's going to think, he's not going to want it. Even if a couple spots of rust on that chair. He felt it was too rusty to want it, or at least in the moment didn't take it. And maybe he wouldn't want to look at a rusty chair. He says that other guy is back or whatever at the center and sometimes works until he does and can bring him a ride home if he has something big to come home with. So, okay, good. Let's replace our chair. I'm not going to be out there constantly anyway, but okay, is this still hot? Thanks for not eating that. What a good little Sunny boy, hey? You're so good. Oh my gosh, you're the greatest ever. Just don't get here in my cough, okay? That's my fault for putting you both so close to each other. This pizza, a new brand. It's kind of been in the fridge for 2 or 3 days now, but baked already. But it's got a unique cheese on it. I forget what it was called, stracciatella or something like that. I'm not noticing it as much with this, so where am I? I don't know. But as they say, you wait too long with dental things, they might get worse and cause other problems. I've never been there twice in a month before, I don't think. I really don't want to go back that soon. But once I do that, then I can see about replacing that. But I have a question. Have either of you noticed anything, whether you're new to me or one of you isn't, about kind of this area, aesthetic-wise, that stands out to you from time to time? Because I remember once Penny said she didn't. And I thought, BS, how could you not? I don't think it was because of my feelings about it. I literally thought, how can you not? B to the S to the HID, you know what I mean? It is, but it's a little bit chewy and crunchy at this point because it's not freshly made, but didn't want to waste it. I'd get it again. I don't know why buffalo milk is on it. And I don't know why I never heard of that cheese. I thought I knew of most cheeses, but you can say. I need to decide if it's something I want to do or not. If it's covered, that's great. I should be able to do a few things with it. I've never had any of the bottom teeth, but very tempted to do that. I could be all right with that like not a full set because that would feel awkward and I'd feel again I don't want to be ageist, but I'd feel old or something. I don't know. You don't want to be, but you just wear again. Like what the heck, dude? I know, right? Don't worry, I'm coming close to that category, and then we'll be able to relate even more. Not that we don't otherwise, but anyway. No, I'm sorry. I don't. I it's something. It is usually actually a pet peeve of mine when somebody's like that. When someone says, "Oh, young people aren't very smart," a lot of them are. Some old people aren't, or other ageist statements or gender-based statements. I mean, I don't want to say I'm sensitive, but it does annoy me. It does. So, but I'm human. Every now and then, I'm the one that's saying it. Right, honey? But it is. It's a beautiful day. I mean, yeah, tomorrow's supposed to be nice too, and I can spread out the two things. I think is it supposed to be warmer, but it makes the sun and cloud. But it would be silly not to go out today. Absolutely silly. And it's early in the day, and I'm going to. So there you have it. But not yet, because I'm having so much fun. You know. And Chris just got back, and I hope you can stay a while and chat. Are you still there? It just went from, well, just making sure because the number changed at the top. But now it says two again. So, and if you haven't liked yet, please do. Although you were here earlier, that's why you said I'm back. So I have a feeling that Chris, you did already like. But if you haven't, you know what to do. Take the thumb and go, or whichever finger or toe or whatever you prefer to do it with. Just do it, please, and thank you. You've licked. You've liked. You've liked. Maybe you've licked as well with something. I don't know. But anyway, I'm sorry. Have you licked a like? And what did it taste like? What did it taste like? Have you licked a like? And what did it taste like when you licked it? Anyway, I have a feeling our dog would probably lick a few likes and like to lick a few likes because he's a kisser and a licker, right? You've seen him, right, Chris? I almost was able to grab him, but then he kind of darted, and now he's staring at me saying, "What are you saying I would do?" Anywho, I hope you didn't find that too terrible a joke. You're like, no, I found it brilliant. Or at least decent. Please give me decent. Decent. No, no, seriously. Give me what you think it was. Just kidding. uh, Anywho, so we got four of you here. Chris, this is where you might come in as you remember. It's always going to be a thing as long as the glitch continues. If you know the spiel about the comments. So I appreciate it. And when in doubt, just ask. But most of the people I'm already familiar with and cool with, I will see theirs, I'm pretty sure. So I know some didn't say bye, but maybe they thought, oh, he might still be surprisingly surprised us to still be rolling later, or I'm not planning to take very long, or I don't know, whatever it is. Anyway, what else do I want to do in this? What is there anything? What was the title again? Let me look. You seem to be going live a lot more now. It's good. I mean, it was always once or twice a day, sometimes three, sometimes four every now and then. Not really any more than usual. But I'm glad you feel it's good. Place to find a good headspace and open up genuinely. Healing chat, maybe some music covers. So that's what I titled. That's the kind of the main theme that I gave this one. So if anything, that it's covered a lot of things. Um, which is why I say likely there is music in them, but sometimes there isn't. But it's covered a lot of things. So if that made you think of anything particular, or there's something else you're desperate to talk about, please put. And what I see, I will take a look at. I thought you were going to say I seem to be in a good mood. And yeah, I'm in a decent mood. You know, I'm avoiding stressful thoughts at the moment. I'm, not focusing on, the depression. And I am. I'm looking forward to going out for a bit today. But the dog just settled down nicely there. I want to let him lay there for a little bit. I'm tempted to take off my socks, but don't worry. My feet are fairly clean and you can't smell them through the screen. Another rhyme for you. to add to your poetry collection, or for me to add to mine, whichever it is. But how about both? But yeah, so I'll hush up and let y'all say the next thing. Although a third person just got here, and I don't want it to be awkward. You just get here and I'm not saying anything. But I've been saying things I've had the time today to do so. I started early. I've been saying things for 3 hours. So okay, you left. Or it says there's two now. Whether that third person is one of the two, I don't know. But you can come into the chat if you like. You can wait till it's not going to be very long at all that I'm taking a pause. Now there's one, and I've got to guess it's Chris. But sometimes Chris, oh no, now there's two. Sometimes you wander off and you don't say that you're going to until you're back, and then you say I went walk the dog or whatever. But I do. If I had a preference, I would like to know beforehand. Otherwise, I'm like, did something happen to him? Is he okay? So. And how is your? Are you still there? I have another question for you. I'm back. I had so much to sort out after my time away. Okay, thanks for coming back. Chris just came back recently, and now you're in front and center. Back, front, center. Now we just got to get the side action. Still here. Sorry, going somewhere. Going some. Sorry for. Oh, right. Okay, I apologize. I know you like me, and it's nothing personal. But I was going to ask you, how is your neighbor, Christopher? How is your neighbors? The situation with your neighbors been lately? Is the one still where, and is the other one how's the daughter doing? Um, I might maybe think of something to pass along, from a friendly fellow human on the internet. Um, and yeah, I'm just wondering. But of course, then if they're doing excellent, well, if they're doing excellent, that doesn't mean that you're not associated with them. Must have been very hard, right? When you thought you knew someone really well. But anyway, but just stuff to put away, I guess, right, Sam? Yeah. But I think you heard what I mentioned earlier, and how this is the place now. We've got four of you here. I'm trying to think of what else I want to talk about. Like I say, there's a highlighted comment. It's a bit further up. It's also the title. Part of me feels musical. As long as I am on my way, and I'm not even worried about that. I'm just going to pick up the stuff. As long as I'm on my way within the next hour, I'm going to stay. It'll be good. Because then I'll be back just before the area gets. Yeah, my neighbors are not doing too bad, and the father is still. Okay, cool. I just don't want these to get misread, but that's good. Yeah, and I mean, I guess I only know about the one neighbor. I don't know about how your other ones are, but hopefully they're good too. It's always nice chatting with you, Christopher. If we were meeting in a more kind of one-on-one intimate setting, I'd tell you my name. You know, I realize that it could be mixed the other way, but I think that I'm glad that you understand that it's not necessary. Maybe you've caught it from time to time. I don't know, but anyway, so you don't have I think you said you don't have any family in Canada. That would have been something I would have asked you pretty quickly, I think. And also, it looks like it says keg in your name, but it's K3G kilograms, K3 grams, kilo 3 grams. Just kidding. Might just be random letters that YT put there. Anyway. Sammy. Questions, comments, concerns? We got four of you here, and again, this is just right in people's day. Hopefully, make them comfortable to join in the conversation. Yeah. Yes. Hello, Smiley. Okay. Hello, Smiley back. Anyway, I am tired. but I'm looking forward to getting on the bike. It's the closest I'm going to feel to being a driver, except for driving y'all crazy. Just kidding. There's 5 of you here, so 5 people here, 5 likes, but I'm sure that some of those are not from the likes because now there's 4, but because they were already there. Anyway, so for both of you being in the UK, I think you follow each other now. It's got to be pretty late there. Well, like 7 or 8, I think. One of you, I think, is somewhat night owl, and the other one might be as well. And then I'm not too sure who the other 2 are, but I hope they say something. Cooking a chicken kebab. I haven't had kebabs in ages. Um, Growing up, I had them quite often. It's just one of those things. I mean, like I say, I don't prepare a lot of meat, even in small pieces, because they start off as big pieces. Um, and I'm not big about like. That being said, I'm also not big about a lot of veggies, so I do a lot of carbs. I do some veggies. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyway, a wine spritz or a spirit sounds lovely. I'm no, I don't really plan in advance like that. I guess most of the time, I guess I thought that was obvious. I mean, if I'm feeling up to it and I have a thought in my head and I'd like some company, maybe. I guess you're saying like, are you available? Or because if you're available, you probably see that did the thing again. Sorry, I don't know what that's about. Oh, because there's this nothing. That does nothing. It's the third one on the right side of the light. Okay. Anyway, but yeah. So as far as do I have plans? Not most evenings. Most of my plans are during the day. Although I know the thought crossed my mind that I have a phone call planned for Saturday morning. And it keeps dropping on this thing. That's one of the wonkiness it's been doing lately, but not the only one, I don't think. Anyway, I have a. Did it usually say that? No. Anyway, I have to call G shortly. Oh, it's too early. I'll call him when I get back because he won't be on lunch yet, and he was away the other day, and yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, right. So I have a call on Saturday. Part of me would rather it be Friday evening, mostly just so that I can sleep in on Saturday. I can sleep in on Sunday, depending how G's feeling, and if he's at work on Monday, I might, be able to sleep in then. But Sunday for sure. And unfortunately, or at least I think it's kind of unfortunate, never past like 9:30. Um, Sometimes until my things get here. Not that I don't enjoy some of the, the time in between and things like live streaming and that, and I really get a lot from it, and I hope everybody else does too. And I know some of you do, but I hope y'all do something positive and good. But it's kind of like I'm sure that you'll relate to this, Sammy, and maybe Chris as well. Sometimes if you don't have a lot going on and you're struggling to pass the time, even with all the things on the internet and distractions or whatever, sometimes you'd rather. And she knows that I go through this feeling a lot. You'd rather just be sleeping until you can get to the stuff. And you may well live in an environment where you mostly can do that. Yeah, he's subscribed to me. Why do I never hear from him? Humbug. But I guess like you say, he works a lot, he keeps busy, and I don't know his personality if he's all that social or sensitive or anything. But again, any of us can be or not be. Yeah, physically, mentally, and when you're very excited about something, then yeah, hopefully we'll be home earlier. My landlords are being awful and forcing me into survey after survey on my home, but never fixing anything. Yeah, some of them shouldn't be in that position, right? They're not good at it. As long as you're not risking eviction, that's the main thing. Anyway, so what I'm trying to decide is if I should, because on a weekend it's nice too. I mean, like I say, we never usually sleep past 9 or 9:30. She's calling at 10 or 10:30. It's doable, and then I have some company since I'd be up anyway. Because Friday will be, even though it's earlier in the day, Friday will be a busy enough for me. I think. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Even though I almost forgot that I wanted to maybe do that and I remembered. So I don't know what that means. It means I almost forgot, but I remembered. But does it mean something more than that? That's what I'm not sure about. What is my hair doing? Oh, it's there. Okay, sorry. No, it's here. Anyway, Christopher, time for your next comment. Long G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G. Anyway, you got to make a fun little poem or a song about it sometimes, right? But yes, it's beautiful out there. It'll be very nice to get out there. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm glad I don't have to wait till the festival to start biking. So, again, you got to be careful, and you can't always take the slopes when you want to because there's vehicles and people. Humbug. No, but I try and be careful, and it's just to have reels and the freedom of movement, and yeah, it's just sing another James Blunt song soon, please. Well, I do aim to please. I know people will associate that one, and there's 5 of you here, but that's a specific song request. Not that really, really deep one, please. But is there another one you'd like to request? Because I could might do that. Like of his. Gabriel never got to happen the other way. But and I think I do it on the piano or the guitar. So tell me which. Um, I'm surprised I'm not more tired, but I'm not. So you can get a song or two out of me. So not just you, any of the other 4 are welcome to stay as well and help me with anything I don't see. I'm so hungry. Food's taking forever. It's pasta and meatballs. How forever can it take? Come on, get with it. Get with it. Is it possibly because uh, you're like, well, I mean, like it's in the bowl. It's gotten cold. I have to cook it and heat it up again. But I'm just so enthralled by this that is that what it is? No, just kidding. Hi. Oh, that one is too deep, especially on a beautiful day like today. Actually, I think I do know that other one. That's a really good one because I haven't done that in ages. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Woo! Doing a cover. It's cool that you know of him. I mean, I guess he's pretty popular music wise. I'm just going to adjust that. Okay, there's 5 of you here, 2 of which I'm familiar with. If I was familiar with the others, I think they'd be saying something. So, unless again, that ever popular statement, if it's not showing me, um, and then yeah, I also think of that first name, and I think of my friend Ray that passed away because it's the same name. No, just kidding. But and so and even though she's free in heaven now, flying around, I'm free on earth, and I should make I should be productive. I should make the most of each day, and I try. And sometimes there's nothing particularly to do. The part of me wants to save some of the stuff for next week, but he's got to get his nails trimmed. They don't want to hold on to our tax papers forever, because they might be closing soon. Like they only stay open during tax time. I think I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if they do insurance or whatever too. And then after that, yeah, my other things they happen when they happen, and it's fine. Back to Bedlam is. I think I've heard of that. I heard that in song class. Hey, 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 beautiful day, hey, beautiful day, when the night hears my song. I'll be home. I'll be home. And then I should go back to bed. Um, Pasta bake cooking on low heat in oven. Oh, yeah, like that way it doesn't burn. I, you know, you can always eat while you watch, of course, but you're like, yeah, but then I have to go, yeah, no, then I can't hear you because it's too loud, or whatever it is. So, do please eat, enjoy. And I'm slightly joking. I'm not that conceited, maybe a little bit, but possibly there was a couple of songs I just learned to theirs recently I was going to do, but something talked me out of it. But anyway, I'm going to do that other one. The only thing is, oh yes, and it also kind of reminds me a little bit of a very cool Middle Eastern mix song. I'm forgetting the name at the moment. One of our viewers said, and it mentioned stars, and it was really cool. Except the part about me not know when the angels are near. I mean, we don't always know, even when we know sometimes. But anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna channel my dreams and be just like him. That one played at the start of that funeral as people were still arriving. Anyway, I think it takes nice. I added tastes nice. I think cheese, waiting for it to go, yeah, crispy as opposed to just melted. Why can't you guys be actually in the room with me, cooking your lovely stuff, drinking your lovely wine? Well, we take what we can get, and we appreciate that, right? And I truly do eat a lot of pasta, but I haven't done a baked one in the oven in a while, getting all crispy and everything. So where's Kirsty? Anyway, so let's do this, okay? Okay. Piano, guitar, what do you like? I think because I don't want to use the same, I have other things going on with this device, and I don't want to toggle. It's been all right so far, but I want to be able to wrap the stream up later. Eventually, I will do that. I promise. Um, since I don't want to toggle, there was a particular. Oh, right, that yeah. Let's do it on the piano. You have no say in the matter. I'm doing it on the piano, whether you like it or not. But you'll like it, I think. So here we go. Woo! I'm just gonna put my coffee in the fridge. I know that maybe just sounds a certain sort of way, and I'm not going to specify what I'm referring to. That's because it was a certain sort of way. And then the dog would go up, I'll put the dog in, and it's been a productive day. That's when it's like, okay, can I call it a day now? I've been busy, I've been productive, I've been social. What more does the day want from me? Let me go to sleep, but it's like it's 8 o'clock, and then you'll find myself live streaming. And that's what we do. So, okay, without any further ado, we got 4 of you here, which is not bad. Whether they're the same 4 that were there early, well, 2 of them are, but retention as I take forever. Can you be good? Be very, very good and very, very careful. What's this song playing on the radio? I don't really want to put my socks on, but to play the piano, I kind of do. He prefers shoes, but it's him and I'm me. And I'll be sailing for the river of my rhythm of my heart. It's beating like a drum with the words rolling off my tongue. Everywhere I go, oh, I know a place is home where the ocean meets the sky, and I'll be sailing. Mm-hmm. Hello. There's 4 of you here. I know 2 of you. Hello. You a good little boy. You're so good. You're so good. Yeah, very good. Now go down there and be good there. Okay, we got 3 of you here. Well, you kind of sound good. That's how good you are. See, I knew it. I thought, no, just because I'm getting something does not mean I'm telling you not to lay there. See, if he was a parrot, he'd understand. He'd say it as well. That was mentioned earlier. You may or may not have known, but here it is. Okay. I do the song. I don't think I'll do Landslide. To the two that I'm not familiar with, that may or may not be commenting, chapstick if you're curious, chapstick if you're not. I'm sorry. I still love it. And if you don't, if you're like, it's getting a little boring, look past it. Definitely, my streams are not boring. I'll tell you that much. There's others that can attest to it. But they're not also like super wild and like unkosher either. So anyway, speaking of that, let's sing a song about getting hot. No, just kidding. No, but I don't think it's quite about that. But anyway, okay, here we go. Woo! The caffeine is working. And also I'm feeling energized by you all. Now, just in case I get cold shoulders, I don't want to be giving you the cold shoulder. So here we go. Woo! Thank you for the suggestion, by the way, Sam. And the chord pattern is kind of neat too, if I do say so. So here we go. Beautiful dawn lights up the shore for me. There's nothing else in the world. I'd rather wake. That sounds bigger than usual. I don't know if it's my ears. I'm using the pedal because I like to, but wake up and see. Anyway. More sensitive to it. Beautiful dawn. More sensitive to it. I'm just chasing time again. Thought I would die alone in this night. Now I'm wondering why. Among all the stars above. I just realized something. So I'm going to start again. I'm almost tempted to go on the keyboard because it would be a less bigger sound. Usually it doesn't get to me, and I'm glad you're loving it. It's just flooding me in a big way for some reason. But I just remembered something. After this, I must wrap up and leave and do my other things because I have to be back in time for Mark and Kelly. I almost forgot. They're going to worry. I'm going to worry if I'm not there. So here we go. Woo! Although there's 5 of you here, so it's really hard. And I don't want to tell you to rush off. If you're enjoying being here, stay. If you're sitting here judging and thinking, this guy is an absolute nut, as opposed to such a fun energy and great and awesome and sweet and beautiful and all that. Like if you're sitting here calling me a nut, not that I don't do it myself sometimes, but like, go watch something else, and that'll make it a little bit easier to wrap up. But if you're enjoying it, I don't know what to say. Maybe I don't want to be stuck inside on it. I could do it later. I could do it after their thing, but then the area gets really busy. I could also do it in the evening when it's not quite so bright out, because I think they're open late, especially around this time of year. I could do that, but we have our evening routine, and that takes us to like 7. And I don't know if they're open that late. I should look. Just one moment. I will do the song in its entirety without interruptions. Sorry about that. But if they're open until 7:30 or 8, then I might, I don't know. Okay, it doesn't want to show me there. Okay. Where's my cell phone? Oh, I think I got to get it before it falls on the thing. I put it on the shelf. I really appreciate your patience. I mean, you can obviously, if you don't already know it, you can tell that I'm pretty talented. But I did want to do something really, really quickly. I'm having a bit of difficulty focusing. The easiest thing is to do the things. Okay, they've got it all cleaned up. There's 3 guys standing there. They could all have different opinions, and I'm not going to approach that. It's not something that's helpful for me to look at. So don't, like I say, the stage I'm at now with it is accepting that there are other places that There are other places that people can go to for such needs. Maybe at some point I'll find myself volunteering at such places. Um, um, McDonald's rival closes after 79 years. Who's McDonald's rival? What fast food chains? Former top psychiatrist rivals legal food challenging. Anyway, what am I looking up? Right. But and the free lunch. Okay, yeah, I'm actually feeling like I need some fresh air soon. So, but I do want to do the song in its entirety. So, closes at 6:30. Well, that doesn't work for me, or does it? Not really. No. Oops. So I do this song. I get myself ready. I go. I come back. I come to Mark and Kelly's thing. I do that. I probably won't stream afterwards because this one's been pretty long, but we'll see. And then I do other stuff, and then we go from there. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Makes more sense. Although now it's the noon hour almost. Or it will be by the time I get out there. Whatever. Anyway, sorry. It's fun being me. Have I mentioned or showed that before? But I know I'm not the only one who struggles like this sometimes, and so you understand, right? But anyway. And it's different if somebody owns a car. I don't believe. Do you drive, Sam? But I mean, a bike is the next best thing. So anyway, let's do this song. There's two of you here. It might be Chris and Sam at this point, which would almost make sense because you're willing to be patient. As long as I'm on the screen and not away for too long, you know. But there's three of you here. So let's do the song. And then part of me wants to set a Guinness record for my longest stream. Part of me wants to get to 7 likes. Part of me, you know. I could even possibly do it Friday after my other thing, but it's still so much easier on the bike. I could do that. I made a song for Mark and Kelly. Oh, you're doing that too? Gee, would love to hear that, but that's what caused some of the. But that's cool. I did read that. That's what caused some of the tension between us. I have mixed feelings about that stuff. I think it's very cool, but I have mixed feelings. We don't have to get into it on here, please. I think that the world is stepping. I mean, this. Some people may know what I'm talking about by this, but there's two of you here. One of them's you. We're 3.5 hours in, but I think that the world's kind of leaning too much into those kind of things. But for creativity, it's kind of cool, and we'd like to hear it. G would definitely, well, that particular phrase, depending on the lyrics of the song. Maybe you could put a few of them here, or all of them, and or tell them, tell us later today, and then maybe don't mention how you did it though, because yeah, that's kind of thing that people can get into debates over. Uh, you know, and but you understand too. Like again, I'm mixed, I'm neutral about it, like a lot of things, but you know, he is just, you know, he's bring it on. You know, he's actually paid for a subscription on his site, and he did that in the past. It didn't bother me, and I think I'd explored it a bit that around that time, and you get so many credits, and it made sense. But it's kind of like giving them money. I don't know if that's really a good idea. And then it's also kind of like, then I don't see the messy shelf so much. It's also, can we afford it? How long you know, you know, do dance tracks and stuff. Anyway, yeah, but you get it. But yeah, it's like I just hope this will be awkward. What's this again? We say that's not what we came to talking So anyway, so Chris, are you there? Like, yes, but I'm eating. Well, eat and type, please. Thank you. Song is on Martin Kelly's Sweet Trips. Yeah, I could click the link, and I don't know if it would just. Yeah, I should know, but I've not done it via chat very often. If I was to click the link, and then I could remove it afterwards. Sometimes I don't like send links or even email addresses, but I mean, I could go look at it, I suppose. But like I say, I think he did it all on one device, and he kind of reconfigured it on all of them. Because I was out at the dentist, I had this closed, I had it on the table with something on top of it, including a shirt, and for dust and other reasons, and just and he came back and he was vacuuming. That's fine. He got some of it done, not all of it. It seems like the dog sheds more now these days, but my cell phone was kind of under the table next to some stuff, and I think he did it with all of them. But but what he did was he had paper paper, and he listed me as there, and my old name, but I can't seem to get on my cell phone. How do I ever put his on there anyway? But I mean, it's handy at times, and we don't mind. But anyway, yeah. So really, the only place I think I could look is on the laptop. But if you put it here, well, yeah, I'm not too sure. That being said, so they've already heard it. What did they think about it? I think Mark's kind of against that as well, isn't he? Actually, it would almost, I don't know. They might both be. I almost sense that they both might be, as far as like, but anyway, yeah. You're using? Yeah, I don't know where I would best find that. But yeah, I don't have to do a whole lot to get ready. I decide what, I don't want to put too much layers on. I decide what I'm, going out in. I'm very tempted because it's now practically nice enough, I would think, although the breeze on my hairy legs, I'm very tempted to wear shorts. I don't know. There's not a whole lot I have to do to go pick up our time. But then it's done. And then for walking in it, I think I'll do the other thing tomorrow. And then nothing until Friday. Saturday. Anyway, so I mean, it's easy enough to see it there. That is true. What I might do, I don't have to go upstairs for anything for very long, really. And you're probably thinking it's a song. It wouldn't be very long, and I'm not, unlike this, which is taking forever to actually get to the song. But I know you're okay. You understand. But it's kind of like I'm not okay, and I don't understand, but I'm trying to. No, just kidding. No, are you okay? Do you understand? No, just kidding. But yes, no, maybe. Anyway, but the point of the matter is that I'm just going up there to put the dog there, give him some water, maybe. But I'm tempted, man. I'm tempted. And I would like to pre-listen to it before G. I don't even think he knows that she has that phrase because she doesn't seem to say it in every video, and she hasn't been saying it for that long. And I don't even remember the story behind it. But yeah, I used to be able to get it on here. That would be the other option, is to post it to YouTube, maybe. And then on your channel, if you could figure that out or know how to, and then I could check that. That would be the easiest, because then I don't have to go on G's devices. Like I say, right now things are just a little bit, but we're getting past them. We're having empathy, understanding, realizing that we both maybe acted a little bit quick and irrational, and maybe had feelings hurt, and that we don't want to argue, and that life is short. So, and he's done what he feels like he needs to do to feel comfortable. And I mostly think it is, although I've seen a couple of things along the way which make me feel iffy, but I'm not going to get into that here. Anyway, okay, so here we go. We're going to do the song, and then we're going to go from there. But, oh, that's funny because there's one there. But I wouldn't recommend sending it in Messenger. Although, Well, but if you send, then I'm not using it, and he might start to feel like, okay, now you're missing messages that people are sending. You know, uh, like I mostly would be okay, knowing mine if it's going to behave, but you know, don't want to maybe necessarily dip our fingers into too many spots, right? For lack of a different way to put it, lack of a less awkward way to put it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not even making sense, but anyway, point of the matter being is that it's like a mark is unread. Anyway, I'm gonna do the song. How long ago did you do this? Like how much? Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get to this song. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, and it is on YouTube. Okay, cool. I will and good. It kept this open. I'll look at that later. That is amazing. After all that rambling, it was as simple as that, eh? Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it's not. I may have certain abilities and gifts, but being psychic isn't one of them. Okay, so we're gonna do this song because I think it's a great suggestion. And then if you haven't liked yet, please do. If we could get me up to 7 while live, I'd be a happy camper. A happy chappy, as Dustin would say. So yeah. And if you haven't, like, they're free, they're easy, and there's something to like. I'm sure there's got to be at least something within all of this that you're seeing. And I'm a pretty good speaker. I think I have a good sense of humor, but I really feel like music is where it's at for me. And again, just so I'm not giving you guys the cold shoulders on myself, I really feel like music is really. I've done it all most of my life. The talking, the joking, the singing, but it allows me to not toot my own bugle, but truly shine at my strongest, most deepest. I don't know. It varies, but here we go. Beautiful dawn. Let's listen to the original one more time. I know it, but I'm just thinking because that seemed like a really long pause, but I guess it's supposed to be. And yeah, I'd love to hear the original. But this is the cover. So here we go. Beautiful dawn lights up the shore for me. There's nothing else in the world I'd rather wake up to see with you than you. Beautiful dawn. I'm just chasing time again. Thought I would die a lonely man in an endless night. Now I'm running wild. All the stars. It's so hard to believe. Here's that M word again. Beautiful dawn. Melt with the stars again. Do you remember the day when the began? Beautiful dawn. You're just blowing my mind again. Thought I was born to it. Thought I was born till you shine. hopefully it's not as good to listen to. So there's three of you here. Haven't seen any comments during. Let's see what ones show up afterwards. I'm curious what you thought of that. I hate to ask, but I think Sam might say anyway, and maybe the other two will. I probably should get to it too. Because, yeah, it's going to be too hectic later. Can't do Tuesday. Thursday's yucky weather. Friday, I'm busy. And then it's a whole week has gone past. So, just going to quickly look at the other suggestions here. 38%. Okay. I'm very tempted to do that one song. I certainly am. I'm very tempted to do it. I don't know if you've heard me do it. I think you know it. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you here, Chris. I think Chris and Sammy are both here, but I'm going to do this one. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, yo. I wasn't gonna, but it's just, and I think every time I play it, I'm a little bit stronger. I've healed. You know, when someone asked me what was the other day, it's like, not that I don't have them, but I think I've done so much healing work, and or I'm so numb to a lot of them. I keep clicking the wrong thing. I'm trying one more time. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Okay, I lied. I'm trying one more time. I'm a gambler. It's not costing me anything. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of like, okay. But every time we can all find healing in how we relate to this and what it does for us, okay? It's going to be noon hour any moment anyway. It's busy throughout the day, though, really. I feel like I'm not being productive, not getting my things done. But I'm really glad to have you here. As soon as it goes quiet for a while and if nobody's here, I am leaving. I am. But now it's to the point where I don't know if I'd be back in time for the start of Mark and Kelly. And it doesn't feel like it goes fast to, and Chris, I don't know if you're doing anything else much with the rest of your day, are you? Because, yeah, I mean, you know, at this point, I think because it's this far in and I'm comfortable with the people that are here, Mark and Kelly's YS trips, tips, and letter things. Because it's getting to the point where I have 45 minutes to go to something that's 20 minutes away, 15, 20 minutes there and back. I might be there for 10, 15 minutes. That's what? An hour? I might, if I left right now, and like I still would have to do a couple quick things before I left. If I left right now, I could get back and I might be 5 or 10 minutes late. I could almost be okay with that. I mean, I still don't understand why if he sees it afterwards and he comments that he isn't more specific with his comments. But, you know, the people like you guys who it's just really hard to hate you. And that's not a bad thing, right? So, but anyway, so yeah, so, but, so it'd be a bit of a rush, but yeah, even if I did, if I said, never mind, I'm not doing this song and wrapped up, like I'm still going to be 10 or 15 minutes late. And it's not Friday, although they didn't do Friday. So I think they tried to roll longer on Tuesday. And it's just like I say, it usually feels like it goes at a pretty good pace, but sometimes it feels like it goes so quick. And if it happened to be one of those times, I guess I could watch what I missed and comment on it in the comments or whatever. I've used to do so, but I'd really rather just be there. You know what I mean? So it's starting to look like, because this did so well, and you're to blame. No, just kidding. It's really starting to look like I might not go out today. I mean, I might be on the deck, although I was waiting for things to fill out. I might, you know, I don't know. I know you guys are probably sitting here thinking, if you want to wrap up and go do your thing, but like I said, I just don't know if I have really actually enough time at this point to do it. And also, I'm not too sure if the office might even close at noon for lunch so that they can either have their lunch there or go for lunch. Because some places kind of do that, I think. And I would hate to get there and find out that they're closed for lunch. I've eaten enough, I think, for now. And either have to come back home and not do what I set out to do, but I'd get a bike ride in. or wait around, which I probably wouldn't want to do. So I don't know. It was the plans for the day. I probably should have done it earlier and then came back and live streamed. But it was too bright, too early. I just didn't. I want to keep that song open for G to see later. He may not know it, but I want to keep, although I wish he had a different last name. But anyway, I'd like to keep that song open for G to see later. It's at 37%. What it'll be at later tonight might be very low, so it might not have a lot of time to browse, but he could do this song. I don't know if it would be suited for his voice, even though he has some dynamic to his voice. And you don't actually have to sing the word high in a high voice. Like he could go, but he would probably try. But he'd go, I don't know how we do it, but there's different ways to approach it, right? So I'd be very curious to hear him sing this song. So 5 or 10 minutes is not that much missing, but again, I get there. But again, I have to get shoes on. Have to figure out if I'm wearing a coat. Have to put the dog, So I'm sorry, I'm just spinning around with this, but I really was hoping to do it today. I'm not really mad at you guys. A little bit, I'm really happy to have you here. I really am, and it's been a lovely stream in that. I'm frustrated by the fact that I might not get the thing done I was going to do. And if it wasn't for it being so busy around the time when school lets out, somewhat nearby, and I'm tempted at like maybe 4-ish. I could do it. Maybe that's what we're aiming for, and then I'll stop rambling about it. But I'm not too sure if there's much of a cool breeze and if I'm going to feel a need for a shower when I get home. And 4 is only about an hour and a half before usually having a nap. And if I've had a shower, I'm not going to be sleeping. So some people do that. I don't understand them. Like, okay, now you're all freshened up. Your hair is wet. How can you sleep? I mean, you might feel all clean and good, but I still don't get it. They're weirdos. Just kidding. But no, so, but I've been craving, it's been a long winter. I've been craving going, maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just go for a bike ride. It's not getting my errand done, but it's a bike ride. Might be a point to that. Or 1 o'clock, but they'll be rolling at that time. Again, it's one of those situations that we all encounter sometimes in our life where we have to realize we're doing our best. It'll happen when it's meant to, how it's meant to. And right now I've got 4 lovely people here, 2 of which I know of in the comments. The other 2, feel free to not be shy. I'm just going to get up and get another water. But it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, even when there was the 2 of you here, even though I know you probably would have been understanding if I had to wrap up and go do other things. And you're like, then we could do other things because we're so captivated and enthralled that you're holding us hostage too. Just kidding, But I mean, now it's 2 again. But you know what? And I'm thinking it's Chris and Sammy, but even if it isn't, you know what? You're great. You're lovely. If you haven't liked yet, please do. And if there was no one here, again, but anyway, I'm not telling you to leave. Like, it's not the worst thing. They will keep it in their file cabinet until we get there. We got a nice payout. And, I mean, some people maybe never pick them up. It's good to have a copy. Like, what if something happened to the building? They had a flood or a fire or whatever, then we've got a copy as well. Because not all of it might be digital, or because these things happen. Speaking of mother's office back in the day. Oh, hello. How are you? Nice to see you back, you'll ask. How was your weekend? Don't forget to give a like. Get us a little closer to 7. I appreciate it. I'm just talking through my day a little bit, but yeah, if it's meant to, it will happen. Now you're here, and I know who it is, so I'm certainly not going anywhere. And you will understand. Like, I don't think it's super urgent. And as far as the other thing, I'm already planning to do that tomorrow, and the other things are on the dates they happen on. So I'm going to do this song. Now, let me just think for a moment what I know about y'all. I know one of you has kind of strict parents and a somewhat absent dad. So we talked about this. So this might be helpful, this song, for you. And the other two, it might be as well. And anybody else who tunes in. So I'm going to do this song. So we did a little talk thing last time. And he didn't play much piano the other day. He was too tired last night. But it allowed me to kind of, show that video to him a little bit. Pretty much. And some of the unusuals. Anyway, but now I'm going to say it in song on this topic. And I'm curious if you know it. And I'm curious what you think about it. And I'm going to play it. So here we go. Woo! Here we go. Woo! But I have to reopen it. Did I open it? Here we go. You ready? Okay. It's deep. It is deep. It's okay to feel. Grab the Kleenex. Let's talk about it afterwards, kind of thing. Oh, 5 of you here. Lovely. Euless, you have not liked yet. A couple of the others maybe haven't either. I appreciate it. Cover. Or they turn out all the lights. I won't read you your wrongs and your rights. The time is gone. Tell you good night, close the door. Tell you I love you once more. Have you heard the musical yet, Euless? Just wondering. Sorry. The time is gone. So yes. Whatever genders make sense for the listener. If you insert any at all. I'm not your son, you're not mine. Last time I did this song, just to quickly interrupt myself one more time. Last time I did this song, I had a parent that passed away very young. I had a parent that was decent but somewhat toxic. We are better now. I'm struggling to think of my mother when I sing this. So, Dad, I think this happened last time. I know you'll forgive me. And I know we have a connection spiritually, but there is a sadness that I was in school so much. You worked so much. I had my workers. I didn't have you as much in my life, if you're listening, and even if you're not, whatever. I am your son. I'm proud to be yours in general. But maybe there's a little animosity, and I want to do this song, and I got to place it. I got to sing the lyrics one way or another. So here we go. I'm not your son, you're my father. We're just two grown men who had to say goodbye. No need to forgive, no need to forget. I know your mistakes, and you know mine. I didn't show this to G. It's deep, but he would get a lot of healing from it. And while you're sleeping, try to make you proud. So Daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid. It's my turn. Chase the monsters away. Oh, there's the light you lost. I'll read a story to you. The only difference is this one is true. Hold your clothes on the chair. I hope you sleep well, don't be scared. Time is gone, so here it is. While you are sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So Daddy, won't you just close your eyes? And I am a feeling person. I've just saying this enough and healed enough that I can sing this with a straight face. I still have ADHD, without tears, mostly. But I still have ADHD, obviously. So please forgive me. Thank you. Don't be afraid. It's my turn to chase the monsters. A lifetime, yes it brings the last word. Feel. I think I did this last time too. You're on my own. I will be the last one, so I'll leave the light on. But there be no darkness in your heart. I'm not your son, not my father. Just while you were sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So it's lightening your head after a long day. Okay, well that's good. Because it also could be heavy, making you feel heavy and deep, but gateway timeout. Why? What was the other song I was just thinking of? Luke Combs. Anybody follow Luke Combs? Yeah, if I see him, I'm going to follow him. I want an autograph. Don't worry, I hear the same kind of thing. Actually, I don't. My teacher always changes, but it'd be nice to. Did my internet drop? No, then what's the problem with this tab? I'm not meant to do that song. Maybe that's what it is. I'm meant to do this song. Another one about parents, I think, pretty much. So thank you for the hearts. What is going on with this? Your browser's working. Host error. Luke.com. But what is going? Okay, I'm not comfortable right now. I'm disconnecting my device. It's being very strange. I've never seen it do that. I don't think it's telling me to go do my errand because I've already figured that out, I think. And the answer is I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. I don't wanna. You can't make me. I was laying there calmly and sleepily. It's like, I don't care how loud you're saying, how goofy you are. I'm used to it. I should plug this in. I wasn't gonna. Yeah, right now I'm not gonna. We got some show tunes here. We got vocal selections from That's Entertainment, whatever that means. We got some rock songs here. But a little bit of a snippet of that song. I haven't heard it in a while. It was something like, even though I'm leaving and I can't be by your side, me in the middle of the night, close your eyes, say a prayer. It's okay, don't be scared. Even though I'm leaving, I ain't going no. Even though you're leaving, you ain't going nowhere. I think maybe his parent was also dying, or I don't know, or they moved away from each other or something. Anyway, we don't talk about deep stuff, but I have an amazing amount of energy. I had the time to do it today. I didn't get to my other thing. Truth be told, I will wrap up in half hour though. I'm gonna. So it's not quite a Guinness record because I think my longest one was 5.5 or 6. If it wasn't for Mark and Kelly, bah humbug them, I'd keep rolling. I have an amazing amount of energy. The coffee, the good people, it's helping, yo. The sunlight. Let's rock and roll. Oh, that looked cool. Let's rock and roll. Anyway, or country or rap, just not metal. Anyway, yeah. So, but since I'm not out doing my errand, I'll watch them at 12:30. So you got 20 minutes more of my time, and then I want 10 minutes to myself, if that's all right. And then if you guys would like to come over there, they're a very tight-knit community of usuals But and I mean, I'm saying this to one person who's one of their followers, and two people who aren't. And I'm not too sure if I know who the fourth person is here. If I'm not seeing any comments, certain comments, that's right. I did make Ulysk and if I'm not seeing certain comments that are obviously not trolls, please tell me. As far as a random person, well, hopefully like my energy, hopefully you like theirs. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I can tell you how to get there when the time comes. But right now, what's the next song, folks? Unfortunately, it looks like I can't look them up. I was playing the piano part. It was soothing. And that's the kind of thing, geez, classical music, I'd certainly think. But yeah, but I was also singing. And I know that, that you probably like that too. You better, or else. Just kidding. Anyway, but yeah. But no, like I say, I'm having a good day. And you got to take them when you can get them, right? But yeah, there was that first song, but I thought you got here afterwards where there was nice pauses and the notes were able to resonate. Should add a singing bowl into that. I should, and I will. Is it still open? Yeah, even though the internet's not there. Let's give that a fun little try, hey? Where is one? Okay, this is going to be a little bit, not probably the full song again. It took me forever to finally do it, so be a little silly to. Anyway, but again, it's a huge world. If any of this seems familiar to you in your in-person life, other than watching the live stream, realize it might not be, and to respect people's privacy and I feel like if we were a bit closer to the people, sure, yeah, come on up to us and let's party together in person if we ever get the opportunity to. But otherwise, if you're thinking any of this is familiar for some reason or another, please just keep space. We could talk online, Anyway, she's a little less lightweight, but it's important. So here we go. See, these have different keys, though. This is the only thing, and this clearly isn't a G. Clearly. You know what I'm going to do? I know what I'm going to do. Are you ready, folks? I'll bring it back down. I have some of them marked. I'm going to go downstairs and get a G-sounding singing bowl. I'll be right back. Even though G's not here, I'm going to play a G-sounding singing bowl. I should have put the log. I'm putting the log here. No, I'm called a singing bowl, and this is it's called. I'm not. It's called a singing bowl, and this is called a party. Woo! Hello, Sunny. How are ya? Okay. Ooh, you can sing Catch the. Can you sing Catch the Wind? I wish, but I don't know it, so no. Got 6 of you here though, so catch a little bit of this. 7 of you, lucky 7. That should. I mean, some of you already have. But that should make it pretty easy to get to the 7th like. Hi, Clark. Or a pair of brown eyes. I just looked at you with a pair. Wow, a pair would that mean? Well, I know that couple can have various. Yeah, like he doesn't know what a pear means. I know it's a fruit. Okay, I know I am sometimes too, but no, it's good. But it's uh, like is it two or is it two and two, and that's what the pair is. That's I'm bad at math. Oh, Sammy, you're back. I thought that was you last asking. Well, in that case, yes, I'll do it. Just kidding. No, I still don't know it. But anyway, here we go. There was a low G and a high G, so I've never done this before. So. And as it resonates, it might go into a different note. Okay, I'm going to do this. Hopefully it's okay. Here we go. Beautiful dog lights up the shore for me. There's nothing else in the world I'd rather wake up and see. Beautiful dog. You play songs with these sometimes. Not I'll go on live. You did. Anyway, and then it goes. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's working very well, but. That's working pretty darn well. Kim is saying, I appreciate your efforts and I thank you for getting those bowls to my sons. At least trying. I thank you. Let them heal you and your viewers as well. I'm not the greatest at it. Can you hear that? Oh, you sensed that, did you? I almost wanted to introduce you to it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I see some hotties. Oh, that's actually a young couple. Doesn't mean they're not hot. Oh, that's the ones from just over there. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend who passed away quite young. You can see a picture of her. Sam's actually already seen some, but you may have seen something else, but I trust the folks that are here. We're 4 hours in, and this is what I meant to hold during the thing. So her angelic presence seems to be here, and I have to remind. First of all, I have to go over there because I'm going to have to not do any more music at the moment, unfortunately, because this thing sometimes goes off even when it's fairly decent charge level, and it's probably about what is it at? But I don't want to hold up people that would like to be here for Mark and Kelly who have been here for the most of this. That would be selfish of me. I see you updated your profile picture, Sam. It would more so be a matter of I'm losing track of time and I'm just enjoying myself so much. That's quite a nice picture. Quite a nice picture indeedy. Now, where's the cord? Hi, Sonny. You a good little boy. Oh, would you have liked a bike ride in the basket from this not old lady? Watch her face is like, it's here. It just didn't register that I'm here yet. And you said it again, you little twerp. I was kidding. Are you such a good little boy, hey? Oh, and you're even letting me clean your eyes. It's just such a fun job. I don't want any. I mean, I know that you all. Thank you. What? Oh, for your picture. I know that you all would be okay with me cuddling, and some stupid creeps would probably be like, "Oh, let's go." But anyway, thankfully, none of them seem to be here Be nice. Be nice. As opposed to being ice. Such a good little boy. So good at cuddles and hugs and so cute and adorable and loving and all that stuff, right? And you'd probably just sit here and watch Mark and Kelly with me today, wouldn't you? Usually you're not on the couch with me unless I bring you up here, and usually I'm not because I'm too busy typing away to Mark and Kelly. But I could try and do it if you'd like, if I got comfy. Would you stay there? I think you would. You look pretty comfy yourself. Just talking to our dog, to the third person that just got here. I think I'm talking to the wall of the couch. At times, but not right now. No, actually, I don't. Anyway, but yeah. I think you're saying thank you for the picture, not thank you for like letting you go to Mark and Kelly. Now, I did want to have about 10 minutes to myself. It's just, you lost is here. I might just have to catch him on the replay. Be part of the conversation there. Join in when I join in, and you can do whatever you want to do, Sammy. I'm aiming for 5. See, if I'm aiming for, and I started pretty much actually just before G left. If I'm aiming for 6 hours, which is a lot for one person, but I've had gaps where I've done other things. If I'm aiming for 6 hours, I would miss all of it, wouldn't I? All the 6 hours? No, I mean all of. It would probably finish right at the same time I'd finally stop. You got to study. Good night, Unc. You and your Unc. Hey, it's nice to have a nephew, though. I must say, though, since I don't otherwise. Okay, you're welcome. The music, the chat, the laughs, the singing. Well, like, come on, don't forget anything, you know. But no, I appreciate your appreciation. Since you're leaving, I know where Sammy would like to be after being here for a while. I'm not too sure who the third one is, but to my knowledge, even if you're here enjoying it, and I appreciate it, now there's a fourth. I was going to say the third one hasn't said anything. Is the fourth one going to say something? Let's give it a moment. Let's wait awkwardly in silence as they type a lovely comment and we give a lovely reply. This is awkward already. I need music. Yeah, Leanne's not in that one. Unfortunately, I could show it. But I did hear a song. Oh, right. I heard 2 B&L songs. One at the dentist and one on the radio. And my eyes had just fallen on that. And she taught me how to do that. If I had been thinking, but now I'm back here again and the dog's sitting so nice, I could have shown you a picture of when I was a teenager and had highlights in my hair. And an old lady at her birthday or playing some sort of game. Playing some sort of game on her birthday because she's old, you know. Might as well live it up a little, right? Just kidding. Anyway, yeah, but yeah. And that was my friend's grandmother, so yeah. But now I'm here, so that'll have to be next time. Just imagine me without facial hair and highlights, and you could probably picture it. I remember wearing that shirt all the time, and that one too, which I would never catch myself dead in or alive in that. It'd be easier to catch myself if I was. Anyway, sorry. I'm not usually that twisted. For the newcomers, I try and be kosher, and yeah, but every now and then, I'm lame, and you could say twisted, but better than being lame and untwisted, right? So, okay, so I don't know if the third person that is here is the one that just got here and made it 4, and if so, please give a like because the other person may have, or if it's the other person that wasn't saying it. Okay, now it's down to 1, and I'm gonna just take a venture and say it's Sammy. I want to go see Mark and Kelly. If it wasn't for them, I may have set my record or my second longest record. But I'm going to be happy to be there. So, and then I probably won't stream after because I'll just be absolutely tired. But there's not 2 of you here. So, I wasn't quick enough. So, you're meant to be here, I think. So, quick opportunity to get a quick piece of advice on something you're going through, something that's weighing on your heart that you'd like to talk about, or a song, a cover of a song. So, let me get my lotion on and get all ready. And yeah, and maybe I'll do that quickly. Then I'll feel like I've given the second person, you know, something nice. And then the other person has already gotten lots of nice stuff in this. So, lots of joy, lots of happiness, lots of pleasantries. So, you know, I have done what I set out to do, and I can be happy, and they can be happy, and everybody's happy. But now there's a third person. I'm glad to have you here. I've just been trying to wrap up for the past like half hour, but hey, it's fine. It's good. It's good. It's fine. Sometimes it's easier to wrap up before than other times. But again, where it's really at for me, I mean, if people, and I don't notice it as much when I'm having other people to chat with, and hopefully you're getting even more from the experience when that's the case, which is usually. But it's kind of like, um, for me, I'm about the content that I put into it and the chat and the likes and a subscribe every now and then. So I'm not meaning to be rude, but if it's someone who's not really interested in chatting, I'm not really getting much from you just sitting there watching. I mean, again, if you're getting something positive, if you're enjoying yourself, truly enjoying it, don't let me rain on your parade, essentially, kind of thing, right? But I have been meaning to wrap up, and I'm thinking, well, I know Sam is here, I think. Maybe she left to go get ready to watch Mark and Kelly, and she's got other things to do, and she's got her health difficulties, and she might well just be really tired. But she knows that she could have left at any time, but it's so hard, and that it wasn't intent. Anyway, you're here, hearing it all, yeah. And I mean, I'm here. Who else is here? We got two other people. Say here, pick me, pick me. And I might. So I would really love to get it to the seventh like before I wrap up. I understand if all three of you have liked, then you can help me with that. And I mean, it's not greed. Seven isn't asking for that much. It's next to seven. So I like to sometimes think that way. Like, okay, it's close to luck. So close counts. No, and it really has. It's been a lovely experience. It really has. As always. Okay, now. Uh, so, what do we do, Sam? What do I do? I want to be watching. I could, although I have something else open, and I don't know what they think of it, and I wouldn't be able to focus. I was saying I could keep rolling, and it's this far in, and watch them and multitask. And sometimes when it's hard to choose something, sometimes picking both is the best way to do it, as long as it's not harming anybody. And I mean, I don't know. What do you think of that idea, Sam? I know they like the plugs, so it's a form of plugging, showing them a little bit of what they're, but I don't know what's going to be in it and who's all here and all that. I don't know. I'm so confused and perplexed. I must admit, y'all ain't making it easy. As far as like, if you all left, I'd have my answer. But at the same time, I don't want to just be shooing you away, you know? And even if Sam did leave, if there's two other people here, but again, it does go to, if you're not saying anything, especially in moments like this when there is something else I also kind of want to do because it's been such a long time, um, and we did miss them Friday, then I might just say, I wish you will have a great day, and actually that's what I'm going to do. I wish you will have a great day. Thank you for even though I don't know you, thank you for being here. Um, I do hope that you might like um, and consider chatting sometime in the future with us. Uh, but I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to wrap up. Okie dokie. I don't even know where my cell phone is at the moment. I've had it downstairs, but I don't know where it is. Anyway, so you're like, oh, good, finally, I can go to Mark and Kelly. I love how you wrap that up. But have I? I haven't pressed it yet. What if I press it and Luke comes in and says, "Ah, my terrible timing again, but last time you actually still won for 40 minutes when that happened." What if? Will we ever know if that'll happen? Reminds me of on PAR when Bob Barker used to do, or more so him, right? He'd sometimes delay showing the answer or the prize, and if someone's won, and sometimes I think he knew, sometimes I don't, but it's kind of like, we need it to be this, then you can go back with this, blah 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 blah, and then it's like, you got it, go see your new car. I feel like I'm doing that to you guys, and but there's a fourth, and it's that fourth one. Now I'm wondering, who's the fourth, who's on fourth? Tell me today. I appreciate it. So I'll wait. See if there's something you'd like to say. I always forget, actually, all this said, and I know that it's different for you because where you're at, but I can never remember lately whether they roar at 12:30 or 1. And sometimes they do run late. Kelly's being slow, just kidding, not home yet, or making tea and not wanting to not be sitting down and ready to express herself. Just kidding. No. But anyway. Um, okay, it's back to 3 again. If it's a different third person than it was a moment ago, in third person, even though it's actually second person, that phrase, I think. Anyway, you've still had time to at least say hi. You haven't. So, mixed feelings, but trying to think the best of you. Hopefully, you're trying to think the best of me. Again, wishing you well. Sammy, see you, where. Wrapping it up. Talk to you later. I just realized neurology at the moment. But at 423, I wrap up. Although I realize that means that somebody could tune in. But anyway, I'm really hoping that I can get that 7th like. Again, if you've already given me a like, then, and I probably, unless it's someone that's familiar with me, they probably wouldn't give me a like just for getting ready to wrap up. They better not, because there's always something to like. There's always something to like. A song, a joke, a piece of wisdom, you know. And so, like, you know, I'm doing this for you guys, for your joy, for your healing, for your wellness, and yeah. So why wouldn't one like? Anyway, wrapping it up. Okay, bye.